Chapter 43:31. Bang bang. With two muffled sounds, the third brother and the fourth brother each spat out a mouthful of blood. Like kites with a broken string, they were directly sent flying dozens of feet away and fell into the sea. When the leader of the black-robed men saw this scene, he was stunned on the spot. He stood there in a daze for a long time, unable to speak. Even if they were slightly worse than him, Old Third and Old Fourth were still masters at the peak of the late Gold Core stage. Who would have thought that under his eyes, they would be killed so easily? Because the dock had just been lifted, and because it wasn't far from the dock at this time, there were many ships nearby. When they saw the two fall into the sea, they all came out to the deck to watch the show, but no one meddled. They just watched for a while and took a detour. After sending the third brother and the fourth brother flying, Lin Yi's gaze immediately fell on the leader of the black-clothed men. The black-clothed man suddenly quivered. His first reaction was not to resist, nor to run for his life, but to kneel down with a plop. "Big brother, oh no, senior. You must be a nascent soul stage senior. I'm sorry, I was wrong. We had eyes but couldn't see and offended you. Please be magnanimous and spare my cheap life. I will never forget this great kindness." The black-clothed man hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. He didn't even care about the image of a Gold Core stage expert. In front of him, to be able to casually send two peak Gold Core stage experts flying, in his heart, Lin Yi must be a nascent soul stage expert without a doubt. Now that he thought about it, the few of them had actually stolen this person's goods. It could only be said that the ignorant were fearless. Moreover, they were really lucky. If this person had not deliberately hidden his strength and did not make a move, the few of them would have died without a complete corpse. And he wouldn't have been able to live until now. While desperately begging for mercy, the black-clothed man secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he was more careful and didn't attack together. Otherwise, at this time, he would have sunk to the bottom of the sea like the third brother and the fourth brother. He carefully observed Lin Yi's expression. Whether he lived or died, it was all up to him. It wasn't that the black-clothed man didn't want to run, but the key was that Lin Yi's display of strength was too shocking. Even if he wanted to run, he couldn't. Lin Yi looked at the black-clothed man from head to toe, and remained expressionless and didn't speak. The black-clothed man's heart, this kind of pressure, this kind of life and death in the hands of life and death, was not something that ordinary people could bear. Even though the black-clothed man boasted that at this time, he didn't dare to take a breath. Half kneeling to his stomach, he was half to his urine. Half the black-clothed man's to the black-clothed man, and the black-clothed man, the black-clothed man. Question mark. Lin to him. Lin's. Are you? Is to black. Black of you, black of. Yes. Senior is right. I am black. The black-clothed man nodded quickly. The corners of his mouth twitched. I was dressed like this to show off my power and aura, to let people know that I'm not to be trifled with. Why did it suddenly become Little Black? Was this even a person's name? You tell me yourself. Do you want to live or die? Lin Yi asked playfully. Live, of course I want to live. The black-clothed man answered quickly. If he wasn't desperate, who would be willing to die like this? He still wanted to live well and enjoy a few hundred more years. What? That's fine. I don't have much interest in killing people, so I'll help you. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Really? The black-clothed man was overjoyed. He quickly kowtowed and thanked. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. I will never forget your great kindness. See you again. As he spoke, the black-clothed man hurriedly stood up and prepared to jump into the sea. Compared to staying on the boat, he would rather jump into the sea. Even if he drowned, he did not dare to stay on the boat. What if this demon changed his mind and decided to kill him? What should he do then? Come back. Lin Yi's voice suddenly turned cold, scaring the black-clothed man. He quickly stopped in his tracks and waited for his orders. Say, Senior, do you have any other orders? The black-clothed man suppressed the fear in his heart and asked, Did I say you could leave? Lin Yi said with an unfriendly smile. But. The black-clothed man's heart sank. He stuttered for a long time and could not say anything. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Damn it, this demon is really going back on his word. Set sail. Lin Yi ordered coldly. The reason why he deliberately left this man behind was to set sail for him. After all, he had never had the experience of sailing alone. Even if he could learn how to control a ship, it was easy for him to master it with his ability. However, controlling a ship and sailing were two different things. In case there was an unexpected situation on the way, he may not be able to handle it alone. It was better to leave an experienced person with him. As a pirate, the black-clothed man in front of him must be an expert. He was the right person. Set sail? The black-clothed man thought he was going to die this time. When he heard Lin Yi's words, he was overjoyed. It turned out that he was not going to kill anyone. As long as he could set sail, he would do it even if he had to eat shit. He immediately nodded and asked, "Yes, Senior, where are you going?" Saliva Rock Island. Lin Yi said and sat down. Saliva Rock Island was the destination of this escort. Lin Yi had taken back the cargo ship, but he did not intend to take it for himself. He might as well do a good deed until the end. Saliva Rock Island? The black-clothed man was slightly taken aback, but he did not dare to say more. He was afraid that Lin Yi would be unhappy and change his mind, so he quickly nodded and did as he was told. Among all the islands in the luxuriant Arc Sea area, Saliva Rock Island was the closest to the South Island. It was often shrouded in miasma all year round, and there were not many people on the island, let alone ordinary businessmen. Even pirates were not willing to go there. After all, that place was easy to be attacked by the spirit beasts of the South Island. It was very dangerous. But now that Lin Yi had spoken, the black-clothed man could only do as he was told. He just had to take some risks to go to Saliva Rock Island, but if he disobeyed Lin Yi's order, he would be killed immediately. It was clear which one to choose. Although Saliva Rock Island belonged to the luxuriant Arc Sea area, in terms of geographical location, it was closer to the Zhenduan city than the center of the luxuriant Arc Sea area. After sailing on the vast sea for 2 days, Lin Yi had already arrived at Saliva Rock Island. Chapter 43-32. It was rare that during this period of time, Saliva Peng Island was the same as Lufeng Forest. The miasma happened to be dissipating. Their luck was good. They didn't even need to take the pills that were specially used to resist the miasma. A ship is coming. A ship is coming. We're saved. We're saved. Before the cargo ship docked, Lin Yi heard children shouting in the distance. Then, a group of people quickly gathered at the dock. There were men and women, old and young, and all of them had a happy smile on their faces. What's going on? Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder. There weren't a lot of people gathered at the dock. There were only about 100 or so people, and they all looked like normal people. There weren't even many Sky-class masters, let alone Golden Core masters. There weren't even many Sky-class masters, let alone Foundation establishment. Whether it was the true Segment C area or the luxuriant Arc Sea area, they were all chaotic and ownerless places. Lin Yi had always thought that the people who could live here should be powerful cultivators, and the weakest should be a Foundation establishment stage expert. He didn't expect that there were only ordinary people here. It seemed that at most, it could only be regarded as a small tribe of cultivators. This situation was really beyond Lin Yi's expectations. When the cargo ship slowly docked, an imposing middle-aged man walked out from the crowd below. He stood on the deck and cupped his hands and asked Lin Yi, "I'm Fong Family Village of Saliva Peng Island, the owner of the village, Fong Bai Wu. May I ask if your ship is equal to escort agency?" Lin Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly. This Fong Bai Wu's momentum was condensed, and his strength couldn't be seen through even with his golden finger. He was actually a nascent soul stage expert. Sure enough, to be able to survive in this chaotic sea area, even if it was just a small tribe of cultivators, he absolutely couldn't be underestimated. Lin Yi intuitively felt that this person's strength should be considered extraordinary even among the nascent soul stage experts. I'm Lin Yi, an escort from Equal to Escort Agency. Greetings to owner Fong. Lin Yi jumped off the ship. He cupped his hands and bowed. It's been a long journey. Young hero Ling, you must have worked hard. Would it be possible for you to invite the other escorts down to meet me so that I can express my gratitude in person? Fong Baiwu said politely with a smile. Manor Lord Fong, to be honest, I'm the only escort. Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. But there is clearly another person on the ship? Fong Baiwu suddenly felt strange. He was a nascent soul stage expert. The people on the ship could not escape his perception. Moreover, this escort was worth a fortune. How could the Heavens Equal Escort Agency only send one escort? Manor Lord Fong, you've misunderstood. That guy is a pirate that I caught to do manual labor. He's not an escort, Lin Yi explained with a smile. Pirates? Fong Baiwu stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly realized, no wonder the goods should have been shipped a month ago, but they only arrived now. Could it be because of the pirate attack? That's right. We should have arrived long ago, but we were robbed by these pirates midway. We had no choice at that time, and then we were delayed in Jinduan City for a while. We were planning to return to Wei Lu City. We didn't expect to run into them again, so we simply snatched them back. I hope we didn't delay Manor Lord Fong's matter. Lin Yi explained the cause and effect of the incident in a few words. Although he didn't go into detail, Fong Baiwu could hear the difficulty in these few words. He immediately bowed deeply to Lin Yi and said, Young hero Ling, on behalf of the 500 people of the Fong family, this Fong thanks you for your kindness. Manor Lord Fong is too kind. As an escort of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency, this is what I should do. There is no need for such kindness, Manor Lord Fong. Lin Yi quickly waved his hand. Young hero Ling, there's something you don't know, but the things on this ship are life-saving supplies for everyone in the Fong family. Fong Baiwu explained to Lin Yi, in a few days, it will be the Heavens Sacrifice Day. Every year at this time, the miasma fog will return, and it is especially thick and poisonous. Even the locals who have lived here since they were young must rely on the miasma dispersal pill to survive. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. If it's light, they will be crippled, and if it's heavy, they will die. It's that serious? Lin Yi couldn't help but be shocked. He thought that the locals here had been baptized by the miasma since young and should have adapted to it. It's even worse than that. The miasma dispersal pill is the lifeblood of our Fong family. However, a while ago we were attacked by the spirit beasts, and even the storehouse was destroyed. Seeing that the Heavens Sacrifice Day is approaching, I could only spend a large amount of money to ask the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce to buy the miasma dispersal pill. The other supplies are not important, and it's fine if they are lost, but the miasma dispersal pill cannot be lost. If young hero Ling didn't deliver it in time, all 500 of us. Fong Baiwu shook his head with lingering fear. To be honest, these days, he had been so worried that his hair had turned white. If Lin Yi hadn't delivered the miasma dispersal pill today, he would have taken the entire Fong family and fled Saliva Rock Island. Although they could avoid the Heavens Sacrifice Day, they couldn't avoid coming into contact with the outside world. The outside world was full of vicious and evil people, and they were mostly ordinary people. If they went out, many people would die. Moreover, it was difficult to leave one's homeland. Unless it was absolutely necessary, who would be willing to leave Saliva Rock Island? After Lin Yi heard this, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of emotions. Fortunately, he had encountered this group of pirates, and fortunately, he didn't just stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, so many people would have suffered. That was a few hundred lives. Pirates were detestable, but the most detestable one was the mastermind behind this incident, Wei Xiaodong. This guy didn't even let go of such life-saving goods, treating the lives of hundreds of people in Fong Family Village as if they were grass. It was obvious that he had completely lost his conscience. Such a scum was truly devoid of conscience. Originally, even if he had been tricked by this bastard on account of Hong Zhong's old friend, Lin Yi didn't intend to specifically target this Wei Xiaodong. After all, he himself didn't suffer much losses. As long as he gave a warning, there was no harm in turning a blind eye. But now Lin Yi changed his mind. This Wei Xiaodong, if he didn't make him pay a painful price, the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Everyone in Fong Family Village was overjoyed. As they sent people to unload the goods on the ship, Fong Biwu personally came forward to welcome Lin into the main hall of the Fong family village, treating him as an esteemed guest. To the entire Fong family village, Lin Yi could be considered as their true savior. If not for Lin Yi, their entire clan would have faced a calamity of annihilation. Naturally, they would receive him with the highest standards. Lin Yi originally didn't intend to stay on Saliva Rock Island for long, but he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the people in Fong family village and was forced to stay for 2 days. After much persuasion, he was finally escorted out of Saliva Rock Island by the entire clan of several hundred people. These people from Fong family village were surprisingly simple and adorable. If it were any other ordinary person, they would have already done themselves justice by not taking it out on others. Chapter 43-33. Lin Yi waved goodbye to the people on the pier while sighing in his heart. But at the same time, he was a bit scared. These people were too enthusiastic and he wasn't someone who could keep people at arm's length. If it wasn't for the fact that the Heaven's Sacrifice Day was approaching and the miasma would affect the journey, he would have to stay here for at least a month. After leaving the pier, Lin Yi suddenly said, "Xiaohei, come here." "Senior, what orders do you have?" The black-clothed man didn't dare to be negligent and quickly walked over. "You didn't make any trouble for me these 2 days and you didn't run away. You're very tactful." Lin Yi said lightly. "I wouldn't dare. Without Senior's orders, this one wouldn't dare." The black-clothed man nodded and smiled apologetically. But in his heart, he was cursing. Only a fool wouldn't want to run away. But Saliva Pring Island was the Fong family's territory. Unless he forcefully took the boat, he would only die. Moreover, Fong Baiwu had specifically asked the Fong family's old housekeeper to keep an eye on him. That was a nascent soul stage expert. Under his watch, how could he escape? "It's good that you have this awareness. Otherwise, I'll have to kill you." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Go set sail." Yes. The black-clothed man quickly nodded, but then asked, "May I ask, Senior, where are we going next?" "Dense Arc City." Lin Yi said lightly. The black-clothed man couldn't help but look embarrassed. Not only did he mess up Wei Xiaodong's task, but he also offended the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. No matter which one he met, his end wouldn't be good. So the place he didn't dare to go the most was Dense Arc City. "What? You have a problem?" "That's not a problem. I'll control the boat myself. As for you, you can go accompany your 3 pirate brothers." Lin Yi's eyes flashed with killing intent. No, I don't mind. I definitely don't mind. Senior, please calm down. I will do as you say." The black-clothed man hurriedly shook his head and hurriedly ran to sail the ship. Although the luxuriant Arc Sea area was a dangerous place for him, it was better than being killed by Lin Yi now. The situation was not in his favor, so he could only take one step at a time. A few days later, the cargo ship that Lin Yi was on finally docked at the dock of luxuriant Arc City. Looking at the bustling scene before him that was exactly the same as before, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When he first came here with Huang Xiaotao, the two of them were only at the early stage of the Gold Core realm. They were unfamiliar with this place, and they were in trouble as soon as they came here. It could even be said that a great disaster was imminent. Only a month had passed, and Huang Xiaotao had already gone to the East Continent's Morning Star Academy, while he himself had already broken through to the middle Golden Core stage. Life is really full of ups and downs. The black-clothed man secretly stared at Lin Yi's reaction. At the same time, he was secretly accumulating his true qi. He was ready to wait for Lin Yi to show the slightest bit of negligence and immediately make a move. Of course, he absolutely didn't dare to deal with Lin Yi alone. He just wanted to create a little chaos and take the opportunity to escape. After all, the current luxuriant Arc City was a place of trouble for him. It was better to escape as far as possible as early as possible. Lin Yi stood on the deck and looked at the busy dock below. He lazily stretched his waist. It seemed that he was preparing to jump off the cargo ship. At this moment, the black-clothed man's spirit was aroused and he was about to make a move. However, before he could throw a punch or half a kick, his eyes suddenly shook. Lin Yi's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to stagger in fright. "Say, Senior, you are..." The black-clothed man repeatedly retreated, while his heart was in a perilous situation. How is this guy so fast? He appears and disappears like a ghost. Little Black, it's rare for you to be so obedient. Now you want to run? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. His divine sense had been locked on the black-clothed man. As long as there was the slightest fluctuation of true qi on the black-clothed man, it couldn't escape his perception. No, Senior, you misunderstood. I was just a little excited just now. I really didn't want to run. I swear to God. The black-clothed man hurriedly swore. Didn't want to run? Lin Yi smiled and nodded lightly. Since Little Black is so cooperative, it couldn't be better. You don't have to die, and you don't have to dirty my hands. It's a good thing for both of us. Yes, thank you, Senior, for sparing my little life. The black-clothed man was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that he was caught red-handed this time and he was dead for sure. However, before he could finish his qi, he suddenly blacked out. Lin Yi swept his foot on his head, and his whole body flew out. He fell awkwardly on the dock, causing a commotion among the surrounding people. Before he fainted, he said unwillingly, "Didn't you say that you wouldn't kill me? Yes, I won't kill you, but I didn't say that I won't kick you." Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He really didn't intend to kill anyone, but this guy was a master at the peak of the late-stage gold core realm, not an ordinary cat or dog. He was full of conspiracy. If he was allowed to jump around like this, he might cause trouble. Lin Yi was going to let him testify against Wei Xiaodong. Of course, it was better to make him faint first to save the trouble. Lin Yi jumped off the cargo ship and said a few words to the supervisor of the dock's storage office. After the cargo ship was stored, he walked straight to the black-clothed man. Under the onlookers, he picked him up with one hand and was ready to return to the Heavens Equal Escort Agency to report. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the distance. He laughed proudly. "Haha, I thought you just ran away and didn't dare to come back in this life. I really didn't expect that after hiding for so long, there would be a day for you to come out again." When the surrounding people heard this voice, their faces changed, and they hurriedly moved aside. Lin Yi looked up and saw that it was his first enemy after coming to the luxuriant Arc Sea area, the young master of the Poisonous Eye mercenary group, Cheng Juden. Behind him was still the peak of the early-stage nascent soul realm. It's really a small world. Lin Yi smiled coldly and casually threw the unconscious black-clothed man aside. He had expected this scene. A person like Cheng Jiutian was a guy who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Last time, he made a fool of him in public. If he didn't get back at him, he would never let it go. He estimated that these days, his one-eyed mercenary group spies had been planted at the dock. Before Lin Yi reached the shore, he had probably already received the news. Well said, it's a small world. Since you have made an enemy like me, you are destined to be finished in this life. Cheng Jiutian sneered proudly. When he was about to let his people take action, he suddenly looked stunned. "Why are you alone? Where's that chick? Why is she gone? Did she die outside? Ha." Chapter 43-34. She's not dead, but I'm afraid you're not far from death. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth raised a cold arc, and the killing intent in his eyes was fierce. At this point, it was impossible not to kill. You're still talking big when you're about to die. It seems that there is a saying that is true, a dead duck is stubborn. The more a duck like you is about to die, the more stubborn its mouth is, ha. Cheng Jiutian laughed complacently. It was a bit of a pity that he had to deal with Lin Yi alone, but it wasn't a big problem. This way, he'd be able to vent his anger. As for the girl, he'd just have someone keep an eye on her later. Moreover, after returning last time, Old Kong also told him that the reason why Ling Yi and the woman were so powerful was because their joint attack skills were extraordinary. If they couldn't cooperate with each other, they would just be ordinary early gold core stage masters, not worth mentioning. He didn't expect that the two of them would separate themselves, which saved him a lot of trouble. Whether it's a lie or not, you'll know soon. Lin Yi's eyes flashed, and his figure suddenly swept toward the other party. His speed was so fast that even an early nascent soul stage master like Old Kong couldn't help but be caught off guard. Cheng Jiutian was immediately shocked and hurriedly retreated. At this moment he couldn't hide the fear on his face. Don't be fooled by his arrogant and condescending appearance. After all, he had learned his lesson from last time. Even if he knew that the other party's strength was much lower than his, he was still afraid. At the same time that Cheng Jiutian retreated in panic, Old Kong, who was beside him, instantly unleashed his full strength. Before he even arrived, the powerful true qi of the peak of the early nascent soul stage poured out in torrents, firmly blocking in front of Cheng Jiutian. It formed a thick protective barrier. Although Lin Yi's outbreak was sudden, Old Kong was actually prepared for it. In his view, Lin Yi was alone, and since he couldn't use a powerful joint attack skill, then he was no threat to him. The only chance of survival for the other party was in Cheng Jiutian. Therefore, as long as he protected Cheng Jiutian from harm, the other party was already a cooked duck, and could forget about flying away. Seeing this, Cheng Jiutian's heart settled. This was what he had instructed him to do before. He told Old Kong that no matter what happened, his first reaction must be to protect his own safety. Even if this Lin Yi's strength was much stronger than it looked, it was absolutely impossible for him to break through the defense of a peak early Yuanying stage master by himself. The truth was that there was a huge gap in strength between the nascent soul stage and the Aurus core stage. No matter how talented one was, it was not so easy to cross it. There was still a slight possibility, but those below the middle stage of the Jindan realm should not even think about it. However, in the next moment, the expression on Cheng Jiutian's face froze. As for Old Kong, it was even more unbelievable. Frenzied Fire 8 trigrams palm, 30th form. This was the strongest martial skill that Lin Yi had mastered so far. He struck out with his palm without any hesitation. However, his target had never been Cheng Jiutian. It was Old Kong. Cheng Jiutian was only at the late stage of the Aurus core stage. Lin Yi did not put this kind of trash in his eyes at all. There was only one person present who could really threaten him. Only Old Kong, a powerful peak early Yuanying stage master, could. Everything he did was to strangle this biggest threat as soon as possible. Last time, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao suddenly attacked Old Kong. This time, only Lin Yi was alone, but he still made the same choice. This was something that Old Kong would never have thought of. At first glance, it seemed that he was attacking Cheng Jiutian. Everything was so realistic and logical. Old Kong did not hesitate to protect Cheng Jiutian with all his strength, but he did not expect that this was just a pretense. This time, because Old Kong put all his energy on Cheng Jiutian, he was almost defenseless. He did not even release his qi to protect his body. He really did not know whether to say that he was too straightforward or too much. Boom. Caught off guard, Lin Yi's materialized 8 trigrams fire palm landed right on Old Kong's chest. That wasn't the end of it. Lin Yi followed up with a powerful mad fire 1,000 legs. In front of so many people at the docks, Old Kong, a master at the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul stage, couldn't even fight back. Seeing Old Kong being kicked away and falling to the ground fiercely, spitting blood and foaming at the mouth, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. When they looked at Lin Yi again, their eyes had completely changed to looking at a monster. There were many masters present. At this moment, many people also saw that Lin Yi's strength was probably only at the middle stage of the Aurus core stage. However, such a master at the middle stage of the Aurus core stage, under the watchful eyes of everyone, beat Old Kong, a master at the peak of the early Yuanying stage, into such a state. Everyone couldn't help but ask the same question. Was this world crazy? Glancing at Old Kong on the ground, no matter whether he was dead or not, at least for a few months, it was impossible to recover his strength. Even Lin Yi himself was a little surprised. In his expectation, it would be good if he could injure the other party in this confrontation. He did not expect to directly beat him into a pulp. It was so smooth that it was somewhat unbelievable. This could only be explained by 2 reasons. First, Lin Yi's strength was not what it used to be. Second, Old Kong, a master at the peak of the early Yuanying stage, was too straightforward, and even... There was a sudden burst of screams from the back of the crowd, and then they saw a panicked figure fleeing from the dock. It was Cheng Jiutian. Getting back his face was secondary. The only thing this high and mighty young master of the poisonous eye mercenary group had to consider at this moment was whether he could escape back to the headquarters of the poisonous eye mercenary group alive. Even Old Kong was so vulnerable in front of the other party. He was a master at the late Aurus core stage, whose strength was far inferior. At this moment, his heart was trembling. If the other party caught up, only death would be left. No matter how powerful his father Cheng Haonan was, it would be useless. As for Old Kong, whose life and death was unknown, Ching Jiutian simply did not care. His own life was in danger. Who the hell cared about the life and death of this kind of subordinate? Looking at Ching Jiutian's fleeing back, Lin Yi smiled coldly, but he did not intend to chase. It was not that he did not dare to kill Ching Jiutian, but there was no need to do so at once. Up until now, the other party had already received a sufficient lesson and retreated in the face of difficulties. At the very least, they shouldn't dare offend him again in a short period of time. On the other hand, if he were to kill Ching Jiutian in public now, then even though it would be extremely easy, in this way, it would be equivalent to publicly declaring war against the entire Poison Eye mercenary group. The outcome would definitely be a fight to the death, and there wouldn't be the slightest room for negotiation. Chapter 43-35. With Lin Yi's current strength, he could deal with a few nascent soul practitioners, but if he wanted to fight Ching Haonan's Poison Eye mercenaries all by himself, he'd be dreaming. He had no chance of winning at all, and he wouldn't be able to stay in the Wei Arc waters anymore if he really had to fight to the death. Lin Yi was never afraid of trouble, but he would not look for trouble either. He did not want to fight to the death with the Poison Eye mercenary group unless it was absolutely necessary. At least before he left the Wei Arc Sea, it would be best to avoid this kind of thing if possible. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Yi turned around, picked up the unconscious man in black, and walked towards the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, leaving the people at the pier to discuss. Even an expert like Old Kong was crippled just like that. This person is really powerful. Looks like our Wei Arc City will have a new talent. He's obviously in the mid-golden core stage, but he could defeat an early original infant stage expert in one move. Who is he? Could he be a genius disciple from some powerful faction? Yes, it's very possible. I heard that the East Continent's Morning Star Academy has been selecting disciples in the Zhenduan Sea for the past few days. This person could be a genius disciple from the Morning Star Academy who came here in advance. Ignorant and ill-informed, what do you know? This person is not a disciple from the Morning Star Academy. He's an escort from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. I think his name is Ling Yi or something. He's an expert that the young master, Qi Wenhan, personally tried to rope in. Yes, I remember now. He fought with Cheng Ketian here last time. He also had the upper hand and lost to the same person twice. This young Master Guitian is really blind. These people from the Poison Eye mercenary group have always been arrogant and despotic, especially this Master Kamida. Damn, they make me pay protection fees every day. Even the pier belongs to them. If they finally met their match. Serves them right. Lower your voice, the Poison Eye mercenary group is here. Let's hide. What followed was all sorts of discussions and chaos at the dock. None of this had anything to do with Lin Yi anymore. He grabbed the black-clothed man with one hand and tossed him into a haystack in the corner of the yard after arriving at the Equal Heaven Escort Agency. He would not wake up anytime soon, so there was no need to worry about him running away. As Lin Yi walked towards the mission hall, the two guards at the door were surprised to see Lin Yi suddenly return. They looked at each other in dismay. They whispered to each other, "This guy actually dared to come back. His skin is really thick. What do you mean?" Lin Yi furrowed his brows and looked at the two of them, confused. As escorts of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Lin Yi had no idea what was going on. Returning to hand in the mission was a matter of course. How could he be so thick-skinned? There must be someone behind this. Discussions aside, the guards had no intention of stopping Lin. No matter how fiercely they discussed in private, as long as there were no orders from above, they would not act on their own. They only looked at Lin Yi with a strange expression as they watched him enter the mission hall. At this moment, the mission hall was bustling with activity. There were more than 10 escorts gathered there, including the two people that Lin Yi had worked with before, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. Originally, the manager was assigning tasks to everyone, and the escorts were eager to give it a try. From the looks of it, this should be a lucrative and low-risk job. However, when Lin Yi walked in, the entire hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Yi, their expressions complicated. This was especially so for Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. When they saw Lin Yi, their expressions changed. They looked at each other, their eyes clearly showing signs of panic. Lin Yi cupped his hands at the crowd and was about to speak when Li Yanji suddenly jumped out and pointed at Lin, scolding, "What a daring traitor you are! Ling, you actually have the guts to come back. How unexpected! Everyone, let's capture this traitor. Don't let him escape." That's right, the appearance of this scum here is an insult to all of us. We must capture him and punish him as a warning to others. Guan Ziyuan also jumped out to support him. Although the reactions of the rest of the people were not as intense as the two of them, the way they looked at Lin Yi was clearly filled with disdain and disdain. There were even some traces of enmity. Even so, it was impossible for Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan to incite them to attack together. Everyone present was a wily old fox that had roamed the Jianghu for many years. How could they be used so easily? It was indeed these two fellows who were behind this. When Lin Yi saw this melodramatic scene, how could he not understand the situation? In an instant, he had already figured out the cause and effect. "What do you mean?" Lin Yi laughed coldly and looked at the two of them without batting an eyelid. Today, he wanted to see how these two fellows were going to continue their act. "What do I mean?" Your skin is really thick to a certain extent. After committing such a shameless act, you still dare to come back and pretend that nothing happened?" Li Yanji laughed coldly. In the eyes of those who did not know what had happened, it was as if the incident was real. "Brat, let me tell you, in our Equal Heaven escort agency, escaping in the face of danger is considered a traitor. That is a serious crime. Moreover, what you did back then was not as simple as escaping in the face of danger. You acted as an accomplice to the evildoer, tarnishing the reputation of our entire escort agency. Moreover, we had to pay a sky-high compensation. Even if you had several lives, it would not be enough." Guan Ziyuan chimed in indignantly. When Lin Yi saw this scene, he secretly curled his lips. These two fellows did not have much strength or courage, but they were good at acting. No wonder so many people present were bewitched by them. Acted as an accomplice to the evildoer? Why don't you tell me, how did I act as an accomplice to the evildoer? Lin Yi was not as exasperated as everyone thought he would be. Instead, he calmly asked with a smile. The way he looked at Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan was as if he was looking at two clowns. It was as if he did not care about the two of them at all. "You traitor, how dare you be so arrogant?" Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan looked at each other and were instantly shocked. To the two of them, the best situation was to provoke Ling Yi with words. Then Ling Yi would be forced to do something out of desperation. That way, the crime would be completely confirmed. Then, they could take advantage of the chaos to silence Ling Yi and Guan Ziyuan. That way, there would be no repercussions. However, they did not expect that Ling Yi would still be so calm and composed even though the pot of shit had been placed on his head. He did not show any signs of anger. What should they do? They could not possibly kill someone in front of everyone, right? Chapter 43-36. In that case, the escorts present might not think much of it, but it would be hard to explain to the young master, Qi Wenhan. After all, he was the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. No matter how big a mistake his escorts made, he had to deal with them personally. Outsiders had no right to interfere. Arrogant? I don't think so. An upright person is not afraid of a crooked shadow. But the two of you are so agitated. Do you have some unspeakable conspiracy? Lin Yi crossed his arms and smiled playfully. In his eyes, Li Guan and Lin Yi weren't strong enough to withstand a single blow, and they weren't good at scheming either. Clowns like them were nothing to worry about, and with Lin Yi's personality, there was no way he'd get angry over these two. After all, they were not on the same level. He had seen people fight, but he had never seen a man fight with ants. He would either ignore them or crush them to death. There was no need to get angry. Sharp-tongued. Seeing that the other party was so calm, Li Guan and Li Yanji suddenly had a bad feeling. If they continued to drag this out, something bad might happen. Li Yanji suddenly had an idea and asked, "What about that woman? Why didn't she come back with you? Did she follow the pirates and become a pirate's wife?" "That's right. Back then, you used your junior sister to curry favor with the pirates. It seems that you've completely lost your junior sister. How dare you come back alone? I've seen many shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." Guan Ziyuan quickly cooperated and sneered. "If you were just spreading rumors and causing trouble, I could consider sparing your worthless lives. But since you've slandered my junior sister, I can only say this to the two of you. I'm deeply sorry." Lin Yi's eyes suddenly turned cold. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although he did not release a strong aura, the escorts present all felt a chill in their hearts and unconsciously took a few steps back. "You've finally been poked in the foot by us. You're desperate, aren't you? Show me if you can." Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan were overjoyed instead of shocked. They continued to provoke Lin Yi with words. They couldn't wait for Lin Yi to fly into a rage out of humiliation. If that happened, everything would be fine. "Do you really think I won't dare to kill you?" Lin Yi glanced at the two clowns with some pity. If he didn't have any evidence in his hands, he might not be able to clear his name if he made a move on them. Unfortunately, he had solid evidence in his hands, so he wasn't afraid of them slandering him. "If you sure talk big, why don't you try and kill us? With your strength at the early gold core stage, you dare to be so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" "Ha!" Li Guan continued to provoke them. Courting death. Lin Yi shook his head indifferently and immediately prepared to kill the two of them. One was at the peak of the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, and the other was at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. However, at that moment, a person suddenly walked out from the inner hall. Looking at the crowd, he frowned and said, "Why aren't you working properly? Why are you making a ruckus here?" "Greetings, young master." The group of escorts hurriedly greeted him in unison. The person who had come was the young master of the Chitian escort agency, Chi Wenhan. Lin Yi suppressed his murderous intent as he watched the situation unfold. He had solid evidence on hand, so even if he killed Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan, the truth would still come out in the end. However, if he did it in front of Chi Wenhan, it would be a little too much. Even if he cleared things up afterward, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Equals escort agency any longer. Moreover, after interacting with him previously, Lin Yi felt that Chi Wenhan was actually quite a smart person. He didn't seem like someone who would be deceived by Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan with a few simple words. He might as well wait and see and listen to what he had to say first. His gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Lin Yi in the middle. Chi Wenhan couldn't help but be shocked, and his expression immediately became somewhat complicated. "Lin Yi the traitor has returned. Young master, please punish him severely as a warning to others." Seeing this, Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan's expressions also became somewhat strange as they hurriedly jumped out and said. The two of them secretly sighed in their hearts. Seeing that Lin Yi had already taken the bait, everything would be fine once they made a move. In the end, Chi Wenhan just had to come at this moment, and now the situation was out of their control again. Little did they know that if Chi Wenhan had not come out, the two of them would have already become two corpses. They didn't even know that they had taken a trip to the gates of hell, and even felt that it was a pity. The world really lacked many things, but there was no lack of idiots who thought they were smart. Upon hearing this, Chi Wenhan's expression darkened. Sizing up Lin Yi, he did not immediately speak. Instead, he waved his hand at the two of them, indicating that they should not be impatient. Ever since Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan returned empty-handed about a month ago, knowing that the precious goods had been stolen, the days of the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had been extremely difficult. As the young master who was gradually taking over the agency, he was even more troubled. The reputation that the Heavens Equal Escort Agency had built up over the past few decades had suffered greatly because of this incident. Even their status in the verdant Arc territorial waters was in jeopardy. Not only that, they had to pay the Hong Merchant Guild a total of 300,000 spirit jades according to the contract they had signed beforehand. Only then did they manage to force the Hong Merchant Guild to shut up and not spread the news. This series of losses was a huge blow to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, especially to the young master, Qi Wenhan. According to Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan's report, the main culprits behind all these losses were Lin Yi and Guan Ziyuan. Although the other party has 4 late Golden Elixir Realm experts who are very powerful, we also have 4 people. Even if there is a huge disparity in our strength, if we were to fight to the death, we would still have a chance. However, we did not expect Ling Yi and his junior sister to surrender on the spot when they encountered the enemy. Instead, they became the pirates' minions, acting as accomplices to the evildoers. The 2 of us had no choice but to let the goods fall into the hands of the pirates. These were the exact words that Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan had said at that time. If this was really the case, then the main culprits of this incident were undoubtedly Lin Yi and Guan Ziyuan. There was even reason to speculate that the pirates had colluded with Lin Yi and Guan Ziyuan beforehand. Otherwise, they would not have waited so coincidentally, and Lin Yi and Guan Ziyuan would not have surrendered so naturally. However, Qi Wenhan did not completely believe this one-sided story. When he heard this, he was actually a little puzzled. Although he had only interacted with Lin Yi once, his instincts told him that Lin Yi wasn't the kind of person who would betray him. Chapter 43-37. As the young master of the escort agency, Qi Wenhan had seen all sorts of people. He had always been very confident in his judgment of people and had never made any mistakes. Furthermore, if this Ling Yi really was a traitor, why would he dare to return alone after surrendering to the pirates without a second word? There were only 2 possibilities. Either he was not afraid of death, or there was something else to this. Although Qi Wenhan was still relatively objective, his expression did not look any better. After all, he had suffered for an entire month because of this incident. It was only yesterday that he had finally gathered the 300,000 spiritual jades as compensation to the Hong Merchant Association and sent it to Wei Xiaodong. Only then did the matter come to an end. Qi Wenhan had never expected that Ling Yi would return alone right after he had dealt with the problem outside. This was perfect. After all, it was impossible to know a man's heart. Today was the perfect opportunity for him to confront Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan face to face. The impact of this incident was too great, and he had to clarify the cause and effect. Otherwise, he would not let this matter rest. Li Yanji, Guan Ziyuan, Ling Yi, all 3 of you are involved. In front of everyone, explain everything clearly. This incident must come to an end today. Qi Wenhan said to the crowd in a low voice. Yes, young master, I'll speak first. Li Yanji hurriedly said. Anyone with a bit of experience would know that this kind of thing was advantageous to the party who spoke first. This was because everyone would have a preconceived impression of what was going on. As long as there were no major mistakes in logic, they would naturally be in an undefeatable position. Furthermore, he and Guan Ziyuan were veteran permanent escorts of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Their experience was far beyond that of a newly joined escort like Lin. No matter how astute and fair Qi Wenhan was, it was inevitable that there would be a gap between them. It was only natural that he would believe the words of the 2 of them more. The sudden development of the situation was something that the 2 of them had never expected. Now that things had come to this, the 2 of them had nowhere else to go. They could only think of a way to slander Lin Yi in front of everyone so that he would not be able to defend himself. Previously, when the 2 of them had just escaped, they insisted that Lin Yi and his companion were the main culprits of this incident. Taking advantage of Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao's absence, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan took the opportunity to pour dirty water on them. If they did not do this and others knew that Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan had surrendered without a fight, they would no longer be able to work as escorts in the future. At the very least, they would no longer be able to establish themselves in the equal of Heaven Escort Agency. And now, the 2 of them were in an even more difficult situation. If everyone knew that the 2 of them not only surrendered without a fight, but also slandered their companion, it would be a serious matter. It wouldn't be as simple as losing their jobs. According to the rules of Jianghu, this kind of treachery was punishable by 3 knives and 6 holes. Therefore, no matter what, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan had to convict Lin Yi today. Moreover, it had to be impeccable, leaving him speechless. Hearing this, Qi Wenhan nodded indifferently. In any case, the 3 of them were going to confront each other. As long as the truth was revealed, it didn't matter to him who spoke first. That day, we departed from Weiwan City. Logically speaking, the escort route should be strictly confidential. Other than young master and shopkeeper Wei, there were only the 4 of us escorts. Moreover, because the route we chose was very secluded, coupled with the thick sea fog, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for us to meet anyone, let alone pirates. Unless Li Yanji was afraid that he would make a mistake, so he weighed every word he said. When his words fell into the ears of the others, they sounded very reasonable. Unless what? Continue, Qi Wenhan said coldly. Yes, under such circumstances, we were still ambushed by pirates. There's only one explanation: someone is a traitor, Li Yanji said decisively. This was not something he had made up on the spot. After all, there was indeed something fishy about the appearance of the pirates. It would be too much of a coincidence to say that these pirates had not been prepared and had just happened to pass by that desolate place by accident. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. This analysis was reasonable. They were all experienced Jianghu people. Under such circumstances, the possibility of a traitor being a traitor was indeed very high. That's right. At that time, when the 4 pirates at the peak of the Golden Elixir realm appeared, Brother Li and I didn't even have time to react. Ling Yi and his junior sister surrendered without saying anything and even helped the pirates to keep an eye on the 2 of us. 2 against 6, we had no choice but to let them do as they pleased. It's obvious who the traitor is. Guan Ziyuan followed up and secretly exchanged glances with Li Yanji. The 2 of them obviously felt that this explanation was impeccable and were extremely pleased with themselves. For a moment, everyone's gaze was once again focused on Lin. According to Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan's explanation, Lin Yi was really going to be accused of being a traitor. Ling Yi, what do you say? Qi Wenhan looked at Lin Yi and asked. Regardless of whether he believed the explanation of Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan, since it was a confrontation, he naturally had to give Lin Yi a chance to speak. Lin Yi smiled indifferently and turned his head to look at Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan. He raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you 2 done? That's why. Are you still trying to quibble? The facts are clear, there's nothing else to explain, right?" Li Yanji laughed coldly and immediately said to Qi Wenhan, "Young master, he has admitted it. Please punish him and severely punish the traitor as a warning to others." Qi Wenhan frowned. Although it sounded like it was indeed the case, the fact that Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan could not wait to convict Ling Yi was a little thought-provoking. "Yi, are you 2 stupid? Brother Qi asked me just now and not the 2 of you. You are so anxious to convict me. Even a fool can see that there's something fishy about this. Are you feeling guilty?" Lin Yi said calmly. "Feeling guilty? Both of us are speaking the truth. What is there to feel guilty about? Since things have already come to this, do you still want to accuse us of framing an innocent person? I advise you not to be too naive," Guan Ziyuan said with a cold smile. "From the beginning to the end, it's only the words of the 2 of you. Furthermore, there's no evidence to speak of. Do I still need to accuse you? Do you think everyone is listening to a storyteller and can make up whatever you want?" Lin Yi could not help but be amused as he looked at the 2 of them mischievously. "Evidence?" Guan Ziyuan was suddenly at a loss for words. His expression stiffened and he did not know what to say. "Why is there no evidence?" Li Yanji suddenly rolled his eyes and pointed at Lin Yi as he vowed, "There are 2 irrefutable pieces of evidence that are enough to prove that you are a traitor." "Let's hear it." Lin Yi was not anxious at all. The way he looked at Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan was no different from watching a monkey on the street. He wanted to see what kind of tricks this guy could come up with. Chapter 43-38. Qi Wenhan and the rest of the crowd also stared at Li Yanji. If the evidence was truly irrefutable, then Ling Yi could forget about leaving the Equal of Heaven escort agency ever again. The damage he had caused to the agency was more than enough to be repaid with a few lives. First, Guan Ziyuan and I came back a month ago, but you only came back now. If you weren't involved with the pirates, why didn't you come back with us? Li Yanji laughed coldly and proudly. Everyone nodded when they heard this. This was indeed quite a suspicious point, and it could also be used as evidence because it could support what they had said before. They had no idea that it wasn't that Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao didn't want to come back with them, but that they couldn't and were trapped in Jinduan City. What else? Lin Yi did not refute and continued to look at Li Yanji with a faint smile. Secondly, why didn't your junior sister Huang come back with you? It's obvious that she was taken in as a pirate's wife by the pirates, so she can't come back, isn't that so? At this point, even Li Yanji himself began to admire his quick-wittedness. The evidence he had grasped was simply flawless, as if it was real. Sure enough, after listening to his two so-called pieces of evidence, Qi Wenhan and the rest of the people present, who were originally skeptical, now believed at least 70 to 80%. Unless Lin Yi could bring out stronger evidence than this, no matter how extravagant his words were, it would be of no use. Hee, I really couldn't tell that you're actually a talent. Lin Yi wasn't as flustered as everyone thought he would be. Instead, he calmly teased, with your eloquence. To be able to make the dead come alive, to be able to make the crooked straight, rather than wasting one's talent as an escort, he might as well switch to selling insurance. If that didn't work, a matchmaker would do. Anyway, I'm sure you'll earn more than you do now. Brat, let me give you a word of advice. You'd better watch your mouth. Don't think that our escort agency doesn't kill people. Shameless traitors like you deserve to be punished. Li Yanji said angrily. Although he didn't understand what kind of industry selling insurance was, he knew what a matchmaker was. Asking a dignified middle-stage gold core expert like him to be a matchmaker, this brat really didn't use any dirty words when he scolded others. If you have any objections to what the two of them just said, you can raise them in front of everyone. Right now, there is no final conclusion. I hope I didn't misjudge. Qi Wenhan frowned slightly. Now that they heard it, Ling Yi was indeed the most suspicious person. At the very least, Li Guan's words and the two pieces of evidence could be said to be logical. It could almost explain all the doubts that everyone had. The only thing that could not be explained was, why did Ling Yi dare to return alone? Young master, the evidence is irrefutable. I don't think he has anything to say. Hee, in the face of irrefutable evidence, what's the use of your glib tongue? Li Yanji sneered proudly. That's right. Hurry up. If you have any evidence that can reverse the verdict, hurry up and say it. Otherwise, if you wait for the fight to start and then claim innocence, it won't be justifiable. Guan Ziyuan, who was at the side, laughed loudly. He didn't believe that Lin Yi had any evidence in his hands at all. This time, victory was already in his hands. I have nothing to say. Lin Yi shook his head lightly. Ha! Now you finally have nothing to say, right? Hurry up and admit your guilt. Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan became even more complacent. In such a situation, danger could be averted with just a few words from the two of them. After they killed Ling Yi, they must find a restaurant to have a few drinks and celebrate. When Qi Wenhan saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown deeper and deeper. He gave Lin Yi a chance to refute, but in the end, Lin Yi had nothing to say. Could it be that he had misjudged him? Lin Yi looked at the crowd, and without saying anything, he suddenly turned and walked towards the courtyard outside. Quickly take him down, this brat wants to escape. Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan hurriedly shouted. Since the situation had already developed to this stage, they had to take this opportunity to kill Lin. Otherwise, even if this brat lived for another day, he could still be a variable. To be safe, they had to nip this problem in the bud. Hearing the shouts of the two people, the two guards at the door couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Lin Yi, and then looked at Qi Wenhan, waiting for their young master's orders. Qi Wenhan really didn't think that Lin Yi would have such a reaction, and he couldn't help but hesitate. However, he still waved his hands at the two guards, indicating that there was no need to stop them. After all, the two pieces of evidence that Li Yanji had just presented could be used as evidence to a certain extent, but to say that Lin Yi could be convicted based on this alone was a bit far-fetched. Furthermore, Lin Yi was only an escort in name. If they couldn't really convict him, even if the mission failed, the most the escort agency could do was terminate his contract. If they had to blame someone, they could only blame Qi Wenhan for misjudging him. Even if they mobilized a large number of people to take down Lin Yi, what use would it be? Make him pay? Not to mention the reputation of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, could he even afford the 300,000 spiritual jades that they had to pay to Wei Xiaodong of the Hong Merchant Guild? Or was it better to just beat him up to vent his anger? Apart from making people look down on the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, what use would that be? However, if Lin Yi just let him walk away without a word of explanation, Qi Wenhan couldn't accept it. Even if it was purely for the sake of convincing the public, he had to do something about it. Forget it, if this fellow takes a step out of the escort agency, then I'll make him stay. Qi Wenhan hesitated for a moment before he finally made his decision. However, he didn't expect that Lin Yi had no intention of leaving the agency at all. After making a trip to the courtyard, he turned around and returned with another person in his hands. Bang! Lin Yi casually threw the unconscious man in black in front of the crowd. What's the meaning of this? Qi Wenhan couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he looked at the man on the ground in bewilderment. Everyone else was also confused and looked at each other. Among the crowd, only Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan were shocked when they saw the man in black's appearance. When they looked at Lin Yi again, their gazes were filled with disbelief. Wasn't this the pirate leader? How did he end up in this kid's hands? Both of them couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. This was really bad. This man in black was a solid witness. In front of him, everything they had fabricated before, including the two so-called pieces of evidence, was nothing more than a fleeting cloud that couldn't withstand a single blow. Once the truth was revealed, the two of them could forget about having a foothold in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Once their names became infamous, they wouldn't be able to survive in the entire Weyark territorial waters. Chapter 43-39. How dare you? Why did you bring a bunch of random people into our agency? Are you trying to mess up our Equal of Heaven Escort Agency? Hurry up and throw him out. Li Yanji did not have time to think too much. Before Lin Yi could speak, he rushed forward and pretended to throw the man in black out. At the same time, he used his body to block everyone's sight and was about to make a move secretly. Although it was a little risky, he could not think of a better way at the moment. He had to kill him quickly. Slap. This kind of petty calculation could be seen at a glance. How could Lin Yi let him succeed? Without using any martial arts, he directly raised his hand and slapped Li Yanji away in front of everyone. Li Yanji crashed into a courtyard wall and fell into the dust, unable to get up for a long time. Guan Ziyuan also wanted to make a move, but Lin Yi frightened him with a look. It was like a little lamb being stared at by a hungry wolf. In an instant, his scalp went numb and he did not dare to take another step forward. Both of them were in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, but the difference in strength was more than 10 times. If he really wanted to kill, Lin Yi could kill him with one finger. He had been in Jianghu for many years. Although he did not have extraordinary eyesight, at least he had a little intuition for danger. The others looked at Lin Yi with vigilance. No one expected Lin Yi to suddenly make a move. Moreover, no one expected that this guy, who was in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, could now send Li Yanji flying with one slap without batting an eyelid. However, Qi Wenhan was not too surprised by this. Back when Lin Yi was at the dock, he was an expert at the level of Old Kong. It was not surprising that Li Yanji, who was in the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, was sent flying with one slap. At this moment, he was only curious about the background of the man in black lying on the ground. It seems that you two still recognize him. Well now, you want to throw it out? You want to silence me? Didn't the two of you just say that I surrendered to this guy? Now let him personally prove it to everyone, isn't it more convincing? Lin Yi sneered as he kicked the man in black twice, waking him up. Senior, spare my life. Senior, please spare my life. After the black-clothed man woke up, he couldn't care less about the people around him, nor did he dare to run away. The first thing he did was to kowtow to Lin Yi and beg for mercy. Everyone immediately looked at each other. The man in black did not deliberately restrain his aura. They could see that he was clearly an expert at the peak of the late stage of the gold elixir realm. Why did he count out a Lin? However, Qi Wenhan didn't care about this. He looked at the black-clothed man and turned to look at Lin. Are you saying that this person is the pirate who robbed me? That's right. Lin Yi nodded lightly. He was too lazy to explain anything. In fact, there was no need to explain anything. Qi Wenhan was a smart man. Just now, Li Yanji's reaction of wanting to silence him had already proved the credibility of this person's identity. At the same time, it also proved that what the two of them had said before was nonsense. Speak, what the hell is going on? Qi Wenhan suddenly grabbed Guan Ziyuan's collar with one hand and growled in a low voice with an unfriendly expression. When he realized that he had been played like a fool by his subordinates, it was impossible for him to continue suppressing it. Li Yanji fell into the pile of stones and couldn't get up. He had escaped. At this moment, Guan Ziyuan was left alone. Facing Qi Wenhan's anger alone, he couldn't say a word. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, this guy was so scared that he peed himself. The smell of urine made everyone frown. Qi Wenhan's mouth twitched a few times. He was afraid that this guy would pee on him, so he immediately threw it aside with a look of disgust. Why don't you explain? Why did you rob the goods, and how did you know the route we took? Lin Yi kicked the man in black and said calmly, Hurry up, I'll only give you one chance. If you can't explain clearly, then don't say anything. With your three brothers as examples, you should know what kind of person I am. Think about how ruthless I am. The man in black trembled. He hadn't seen how his second brother had died, but he had seen clearly what had happened to his third and fourth brothers. If this guy in front of him wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Yes, senior, please don't worry. I won't dare to hide anything. The man in black nodded his head repeatedly, then said to Qi Wenhan and the rest of the crowd, I received news and a map of the route beforehand, so I waited there in advance. I was prepared to rob this ship of goods. According to our previous agreement, we would hand over the goods to the other party and receive a large sum of money. Who is the other party? Qi Wenhan's expression turned cold. The losses caused by this incident were too great, and he had to find the culprit. Otherwise, the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency wouldn't be able to raise its head in front of others. The man in black looked at Lin Yi, then slowly said to the crowd, Hong Merchant Guild, Wei Xiaodong. As soon as these words came out, everyone, including Qi Wenhan, Li Yanji, and Guan Ziyuan, who had fallen to the side, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This answer was hard to believe, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. This was a large transaction worth 300,000 spiritual jades. Most people wouldn't have such insider information, nor would they have such a large appetite. Furthermore, everyone had already determined that someone must have leaked information about this incident. It was just that they had all been suspicious of Lin Yi and didn't even think about Wei Xiaodong. You're saying that he took back his own goods and now wants to extort 300,000 spiritual jades from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency? Qi Wenhan's expression turned extremely ugly. With regards to this unexpected answer, the rest of the people present might have doubted it, but after hearing it, Qi Wenhan believed it without a doubt. The reason was simple. Now that he thought about it, when they were finalizing the details of the contract, Wei Xiaodong's behavior was indeed strange and unusual. At that time, in the contract, Wei Xiaodong requested that if anything happened, the escort agency must pay the full price. For this, he didn't even hesitate to specify the value of the goods worth 300,000 spiritual jades. This was something that had never happened in the past. After all, the two agencies had been working together for more than a year or two, and nothing had ever happened. The risk was extremely low, and there had never been a time when they failed. Thus, he didn't have to deliberately emphasize this. Aside from this, there was another extremely unusual behavior. Wei Xiaodong insisted on personally planning the route of the escort. According to the rules, only the manager and the person in charge of the escort agency knew the route of the escort. No one else was allowed to know, even if Wei Xiaodong was the employer. However, because of their old friendship, and because he had to win over this big client in the future, Qi Wenhan didn't have much vigilance at that time. Chapter 4340. Moreover, the reason that Wei Xiaodong gave at that time was that this batch of goods was a lifesaver for the Fong family manor on Saliva Prung Island, so he had to ensure that nothing would go wrong. It sounded reasonable, so Qi Wenhan didn't think too much about it and didn't ask him to leave. He would never have thought that the source of Wei Xiaodong's abnormal behavior would be this. It was because he wanted to swallow the goods for himself. He wanted to gain something without risking anything. He wanted to use this opportunity to extort a total of 300,000 spiritual jades. What a huge appetite. Yes, that's what happened. The man in black nodded and glanced at Lin Yi timidly. It was too late for regrets in his heart. He thought that cooperating with Wei Xiaodong would be a good business deal. Who knew that such a ferocious god of slaughter would actually be an armed escort? If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have dared to rob the goods even if he had 10,000 guts. Tell me in detail the situation when you robbed the goods. Qi Wenhan suppressed the anger in his heart and said with a straight face. Rob the goods? Oh, but there's nothing to say. After the four of us boarded the ship, they didn't resist. After all, the difference in strength was so great. If they dared to resist, then only death awaited them. As the man in black spoke, he was secretly suspicious. Although it seemed like this at first glance, with this god of slaughter's strength, even if it was 1 against 4, it would be easy. Why didn't he make a move at that time? Who was the first to surrender at that time? Qi Wenhan asked with a cold face. Well, wasn't it those 2 guys? The man in black pointed at Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. Everyone's face suddenly changed. Their eyes were full of contempt and disdain as they looked at Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. These 2 guys were the first to surrender, and after returning, they actually poured dirty water on their companions. They were shameless to this extent. They were really fucking scumbags from head to toe. Don't slander him. This person is not a pirate at all. What he said is also false. Young master, you must not believe him. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan couldn't care less about their sorry state. They hurriedly rolled and crawled as they cursed. Even at this point, they still didn't want to give up. They felt that as long as they insisted that this person was hired by Lin Yi to act, they still had a chance of survival. False? There was no need for Lin Yi to open his mouth. Qi Wenhan himself had already sent the 2 hopeless idiots flying with a kick each. With a murderous look, he shouted coldly, Even now, you 2 are still speaking for Wei Xiaodong. Can I assume that you are all his accomplices? Ah? Master. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan's faces were bruised and swollen. Their faces were ashen as they stammered, unable to speak. They didn't know that when Wei Xiaodong and Qi Wenhan were discussing, they were even more unaware that Qi Wenhan had already determined that the mastermind behind this incident was Wei Xiaodong without a doubt. At this time, they were splashing dirty water on Lin. Not only would it not help the situation, but they would also be considered as Wei Xiaodong's accomplices. Originally, it was just a matter of losing their jobs. If they continued to cause trouble, they might even lose their lives. Continue speaking. Qi Wenhan turned to the black-clothed man and said, As for Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan, he didn't even bother to look at them. If these 2 idiots wanted to recklessly continue to pester him, he didn't mind sending them to hell. This was already taking into account that the 2 had worked in the escort agency for so long. Even if they didn't contribute much, they still worked hard. Otherwise, Qi Wenhan really wouldn't show them any mercy. Just based on the fact that the 2 were suspected of colluding with Wei Xiaodong, it wouldn't be too much to beat them to death. After we robbed the escort, we took a detour to the True Segment Sea and left them in the True Segment City. Originally, we wanted to go to the Far Star Sea as planned and deliver the cargo ship to Wei Xiaodong as soon as possible. We didn't expect to encounter a storm halfway, so we had to return to the True Segment City. Then, we encountered the Morning Star Academy coming out to select disciples. They immediately put the entire pier under martial law, so we couldn't enter or leave. So we were trapped in the True Segment City. The black-clothed man said helplessly with a depressed expression. If it weren't for these trivial matters, they wouldn't have met Lin Yi again, and naturally wouldn't have ended up like this. Once a person was unlucky, even drinking cold water would be enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. Far Star Sea? That place is even further away from here than the true segment C. You didn't receive any news of your transaction there. Wei Xiaodong is really careful. Qi Wenhan sneered. If they had carried out the transaction in the luxuriant Arc C, no matter how careful they were, it would have been impossible to completely avoid the eyes and ears of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. It was obvious that Wei Xiaodong had planned this for a long time and was well prepared. In the end, at the True Segment Pier, we were discovered by the senior, and then the black-clothed man looked at Lin Yi timidly and spread out his hands speechlessly. Then what? Qi Wenhan couldn't help but ask. The others present also had strange expressions on their faces. Hee, then I killed them one by one. He was the only one left and I brought him back. Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Ah. Qi Wenhan and the others suddenly looked at each other and sized up Lin Yi again. The other party was 4 experts at the peak of the late Golden Core stage, but they had been killed one by one. Moreover, he had even captured the last guy alive. How strong was he? Even an expert at the consummate stage of the Golden Core stage might not be able to do this. He had to be at least a nascent soul stage expert, right? But even Qi Wenhan himself wouldn't believe that Ling Yi was actually a nascent soul stage expert. He had roped in a potential expert on a whim, but he hadn't expected him to be so fierce. This time, he had really made a big profit. If it was purely Lin Yi himself who said this, everyone would only think that he was bragging, but the black-clothed man was kneeling in front of them, so they could not believe it. Everyone looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of awe. After I seized the cargo ship, I sent it to Saliva Rock Island's Fong family manor. This is the letter of escort signed by Manor Master Fong Biwu. Please examine it, Brother Qi. Lin Yi took out the letter of escort and handed it to Qi Wenhan in front of everyone. Qi Wenhan took it and glanced at it. After confirming, he suddenly laughed and affectionately held Lin Yi's shoulders with both hands, saying, I'm sorry, Brother Ling. Because of the slanderous words of these 2 bastards, I almost misunderstood you. I have wronged you just now. I represent the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and solemnly apologize to you. Brother Qi is too polite. I won't take such a small matter to heart. Lin Yi was slightly stunned, and his eyes couldn't help but show some appreciation. He really hadn't thought that Qi Wenhan would be so straightforward. As the young master of an escort agency, being able to so calmly admit his mistake in front of everyone was a very rare thing. Chapter 43-41. Normally, even if they knew they were in the wrong, they wouldn't lower themselves to apologize for the sake of their pride. This Qi Wenhan was quite the character. Brother Ling is magnanimous, but as the head of the escort agency, I cannot turn a blind eye to such an atrocious incident. Otherwise, I might as well hand over my authority as soon as possible and go home to take care of my children. Qi Wenhan said with a serious expression. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned cold. Looking at the young master's stance, he was ready to take action. However, this was to be expected. Qi Wenhan had been in charge of the agency for 5 years, and this could be said to be the most serious incident that had ever happened under his command. Not only had they been set up and blackmailed, but the most hateful thing was that the internal escorts had been trying to cover up the truth. If such a terrible incident was not dealt with, then the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency would not be far from destruction. Feeling Qi Wenhan's cold gaze, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan felt as if their hearts had fallen into an ice cellar. Ignoring their cold hands and feet, they begged for mercy. Young master, we were wrong, we really were wrong. We only surrendered because of a moment of fear. We really didn't collude with Wei Xiaodong. Please, young master, be merciful and spare our lives. Li Yanji, Guan Ziyuan, you are both veteran permanent escorts. In terms of seniority, you are even older than me. You were already here before I took over. If it wasn't for this incident, even if you were a little slack in your work, I could only turn a blind eye. After all, even if you didn't make a contribution, you would still have worked hard, Qi Wenhan said calmly. However, the calmer he was, the more afraid Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan became. This was a sign that a storm was coming. On the contrary, if Qi Wenhan were to fly into a rage now, even if he beat them up to vent his anger, he wouldn't be too harsh on them later. No, young master, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan still wanted to beg for mercy, but unfortunately, it was too late to say anything at this point. Don't waste your breath begging for mercy. This time, not only did the two of you surrender voluntarily, causing our escort agency to suffer a huge loss, you even inverted the truth and framed your companions, committing such a despicable act of treachery. Do you think I'll spare you two bastards? Qi Wenhan's face flashed with killing intent. Li Guan and the other man were immediately frightened out of their wits. They lost control of their knees and knelt on the ground with a thud. They begged for mercy. Young master, please spare our lives. Young master, please spare my life. Whether or not the two of you can keep your lives is not up to me to decide now. Whether you live or die, I'll leave it all up to Brother Ling to decide. Qi Wenhan then turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, letting Lin Yi, the victim who had been slandered, personally decide. Letting him vent his anger was also a form of apology in disguise. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan looked at each other, and their hearts sank. They were done for. If they allowed Ling Yi to decide their life and death, would they still have a way out of this? Brother Qi, you can deal with it yourself, I have no objections. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan were just insignificant clowns in his eyes. Whether they lived or died, he couldn't be bothered to care. Moreover, this was Qi Wenhan's territory. The other party handed over the power of life and death to Lin Yi as an apology, and Lin Yi's personality had always been one to respect others tenfold. Since the other party knew how to conduct himself, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't do such a thing. Qi Wenhan was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Lin even more highly. Not only did this person hide his strength, but he was also neither servile nor overbearing when dealing with matters. He was magnanimous, which was rare. If that's the case, then thank you for your understanding, Brother Ling. Qi Wenhan no longer stood on ceremony, and his gaze fell upon the trembling Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. In a cold voice, he announced, "From today onwards, my Heaven's Equal Escort Agency will fire Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan and put them on the agency's blacklist. This will be a public announcement, and they will be kicked out immediately." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd couldn't help but whisper amongst themselves. Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan had committed such a treacherous act, so it was only natural that they would be fired. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to receive even a single cent of the remuneration they had accumulated over the past few days. It was already good enough that they weren't required to pay a sky-high price for their losses, let alone talk about remuneration. However, putting them on the agency's blacklist and making a public announcement was a more serious matter. This meant that their misdeeds would be known by all other escorts, and from then on, no escort agency would be willing to hire them. At least, they wouldn't be able to survive in the field of escorts anymore. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan looked at each other. After hearing such a punishment, they weren't shocked, but were instead overjoyed. From their point of view, it was already good enough that they were able to keep their lives. Although it was a pity that they wouldn't be able to work as escorts anymore, they were both Golden Core experts after all, so they wouldn't have to worry about having nowhere to go. Alright, we'll leave now. Seeing that their lives were saved, Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan immediately became much more resolute. After giving Lin Yi a venomous look, they turned around and walked out the door. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes noncommittally, not paying any attention to these two clowns. However, he was a little surprised. Could it be that this Qi Wenhan was really a soft-hearted person? Although such a punishment wasn't out of the question, wasn't it a little too light? The matter didn't end there. Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan bowed as they walked out. Suddenly, Qi Wenhan's cold voice rang out behind them. "Leave? Did I say that you can leave just like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, the guards in front immediately blocked their way. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan's hearts sank as they turned their heads stiffly to look at Qi Wenhan. Trembling with fear, they asked, "Young master, do you have any other instructions?" What I said just now was just a punishment for you, as the head of the escort agency, for your inaction as escorts. I haven't even settled the score of the two of you going back on your word and slandering Brother Ling Yi," Qi Wenhan said with a cold smile. As it turned out, he wasn't done. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth instantly curled up. Although he didn't think much of Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan, he was still a little unhappy to let them go just like that. However, it seemed that Qi Wenhan didn't intend to let them go just like that. Then what else do you want? Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan said in fear. According to the rules of the pugilistic world, there is only one consequence for going back on your word. I won't make things difficult for you, but I won't let you off so easily either, Qi Wenhan said coldly. This time, he didn't just want to give Lin Yi a satisfactory answer. More importantly, he wanted to use this opportunity to make an example out of everyone in the escort agency. Chapter 43-42. 3 Knives and 6 Holes. Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan's faces were pale. Their legs gave way and they knelt down again. Even the other escorts around them looked at each other in dismay. The young master was serious this time. Guards, execute them. Qi Wenhan placed his hands behind his back and ordered coldly. The guards of the escort agency looked at each other and did not dare to delay. They hurriedly ran over and tied Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan to a metal frame in the courtyard outside. During the process, Li Guan and Guan Ziyuan could only let the guards tie them up. They did not dare to move or use their true qi to protect themselves. Although the 3 Knives and 6 Holes were terrifying, with the physique of a golden core expert, they would not die immediately. However, if they resisted and started fighting, they would not be far from death. The so-called 3 Knives and 6 Holes referred to stabbing the body 3 times, and each stab had to be right through, leaving 6 bloody holes. It was a torture second only to suicide. Many sects and forces on the Heavenly Island still used this punishment. As for the Wayark territorial waters, it was a widely accepted rule of Jianghu. 1 stab, 2 stab, 3 stab. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan fainted on the spot, accompanied by the blood-curdling screams of pigs being slaughtered, accompanied by the scalp-numbing sound of the blade piercing into the bones. Although they avoided the absolutely fatal parts such as the heart, the 3 Knives and 6 Holes were still serious injuries. Even though they were experts of the gold core stage, they were no exception. The entire audience was silent. Under the intimidation of such a cruel punishment, no one dared to whisper to each other. Their gazes towards Qi Wenhan were much more respectful and fearful than before. This was the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Lin Yi nodded to himself as he watched. Although this incident had caused great losses, it was not necessarily a bad thing for Qi Wenhan. At least from now on, his control over the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency would be much higher than before. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Throw them out. Qi Wenhan waved his hand with a cold expression. The guards immediately dragged the 2 who had fainted from the pain out like dead pigs and threw them onto the streets outside. It attracted the attention of passers-by. The 2 degenerates had been thrown out, but the rest of the crowd still held their breaths as they waited for Qi Wenhan to continue speaking. Brother Ling, are you interested in coming with me to the Hong Merchant Guild? I must find that old bastard Wei Xiaodong and properly settle this debt. Qi Wenhan said, gnashing his teeth. This time, Wei Xiaodong, the old fox, had set a trap for him and foolishly jumped into it. Not only did he have to pay 300,000 spiritual jades, but he had also lost his prestige and the reputation of the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. There was no way he could swallow this debt. Of course. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Not only was he the person involved, but he was also the one who caught the pirate leader as a witness. It was impossible for him not to go for this kind of thing. Moreover, Wei Xiaodong was such a black-hearted person that he treated the hundreds of lives of the Fong family village on Rock Island like grass. Even if he was Hong Zhong's friend, Lin Yi couldn't just ignore him. All right. Qi Wenhan immediately waved his hand and said, all of you, put down what you are doing. Follow me. Everyone replied in unison. Compared to going to the Hong Merchant Guild to settle the debt with Wei Xiaodong, everything else was already insignificant. Qi Wenhan was a straightforward person who did what he said. He immediately led a group of people to the Hong Merchant Guild. This group of people was aggressive and immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Previously, when the half-dead Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan were thrown out, it had already caused an uproar. Now, the news had spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Before Qi Wenhan and the rest had even arrived at the Hong Chamber of Commerce, the news had already spread like wildfire. This was exactly what Qi Wenhan wanted. For this kind of matter, the bigger the commotion, the better. At least everyone would know that this matter was not due to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's incompetence, but rather the Hong Merchant Guild's Wei Xiaodong. This way, they could also push Wei Xiaodong, the mastermind, to the teeth of the storm and ruin his reputation. The group of people arrived at the Hong Merchant Guild in a grandiose manner. When they stood at the entrance, the surrounding customers hurriedly made way for them. They thought that this group of people was here to seek revenge. This kind of thing was not uncommon in the chaotic Wei-Arc territorial waters, and they were afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Everyone in the Hong Merchant Guild acted as if they were facing a formidable enemy. However, the guest officials who were guarding the place were all alarmed. They stood in front of the crowd with a solemn expression. After all, this time, Qi Wenhan had not only brought a group of escorts, but also a few original infant stage experts who were guarding the escort agency. If a battle broke out with such a lineup, the Hong Merchant Guild might not be able to handle it with just the few guest officials. There was no need for Qi Wenhan to announce anything. A servant had already run to the backyard and reported to Wei Xiaodong, "Manager, this is bad. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is here to cause trouble." What? Wei Xiaodong was stunned when he heard this. When he regained his senses, he was shocked. He could not help but mutter to himself, "Could it be that the matter has been exposed?" That was impossible. Those pirates were all experienced veterans. They would not be caught so easily. Furthermore, Qi Wenhan had just sent over 300,000 spirit jades as compensation yesterday. How could they have turned against him in just one day? Although Wei Xiaodong was suspicious, he did not panic. He quickly regained his composure and calmly instructed the servant, "I understand. Invite Qi Wenhan to the guest hall." "Then, where are the others?" the servant asked with a troubled expression. "Of course we will keep them out. Do you think our Hong Merchant Guild is a place where they can come and cause trouble whenever they want? Hurry up and go." Wei Xiaodong glared at the servant. The servant hurriedly nodded and left. A moment later, Wei Xiaodong saw an enraged Qi Wenhan in the guest hall. However, what surprised him was that the servant did not only bring Qi Wenhan in, but 3 people. Of the 2 people who came in with Qi Wenhan, he had seen Lin Yi once before. He knew that he was one of the escorts who had escorted the goods last time. However, when he saw the other person, his eyes flashed. Why was this guy here instead of going to the distant Star Sea region? However, no matter how flustered he was, Wei Xiaodong did not show it on his face. He only glanced at the man in black, as if he had never seen him before. "Shopkeeper, young Master Qi insists on bringing these 2 people in." Honestly speaking, it was already very good of him to be able to persuade so many people outside, but Qi Wenhan insisted on bringing these 2 people in. As a servant, how could he really stop him? Chapter 43-43. "All right, you can leave now." Wei Xiaodong frowned, then looked at Qi Wenhan with an indifferent expression. He smiled politely and said, "Young Master Qi, what brings you here today?" "What brings you here?" Seeing Wei Xiaodong's calm expression, Qi Wenhan could not help but curse him for being a sly old fox. He pointed at the pirate leader beside him and snorted. "Manager Wei, do you not know this person?" "Oh? Which hero is this? Is he a new escort hired by your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency?" Wei Xiaodong pretended to be surprised and looked at Qi Wenhan with a confused expression. He spread his hands and said, "Young Master Qi, I have never met this person before. How would I know him?" This old fox is still pretending when things have come to this." Qi Wenhan didn't bother wrangling with Wei Xiaodong. He suddenly kicked the pirate boss to the ground and sneered, "Tell this shopkeeper Wei about the dirty things that happened between the 2 of you in front of him." "Manager Wei, save me. Save me." The pirate leader had been obedient before, but this time he suddenly became disobedient. He was not only afraid of Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan, but he was also afraid of Wei Xiaodong. If he told him everything again, even if Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan let him go, Wei Xiaodong would definitely not let him go. They were all big shots who could easily mobilize nascent soul stage fighters. He could not afford to offend any of them. Save me? What a joke. Do I know who you are? You want me to save you for no reason? Wei Xiaodong sneered and didn't even look him in the eye. He curled his lips at Qi Wenhan and said, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but young Master Qi, what is the meaning of this? You brought a stranger who popped out of nowhere and barked at my Hong Chamber of Commerce. Are you putting on a show for me?" Wei Xiaodong. The pirate leader was speechless. He had no choice but to ask Wei Xiaodong for help. But now, not only did Wei Xiaodong not help him, he had also offended both Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan. This time, he really wouldn't even know how he died. Me? Me what? Wei Xiaodong sneered and continued, "Young Master Qi, I had previously entrusted the goods to your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. This old man had repeatedly reminded you that these goods were life-saving goods for the Fong family village, yet you still lost them. It was truly heart-wrenching. However, business is business. Since you've already compensated me at the original price, this old man can't say anything more. Besides, the relationship between our two families has always been good. Young Master Qi, who are you trying to put on a show for me by doing this?" Lin Yi stood at the side and watched coldly. Seeing this, he could not help but secretly shake his head. This old fellow's skin was really thick. Although Qi Wenhan wasn't lacking in shrewdness, in front of this cunning old fox, it was likely that he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Birds of a feather flock together. Putting aside Wei Xiaodong's depraved character, the fact that he was able to gain the approval of someone like Hong Zhong meant that his own ability was absolutely unquestionable. "Shopkeeper Wei. At this point you and I both know the truth. There's no need to continue pretending, right? What's the point of doing this?" Qi Wenhan was not angry. He knew that in front of this old fox, if he couldn't control his anger, it would mean that he had lost. He could only choose to deal with the other party properly. Know the truth? A young Master Qi, your words are even more baffling. Why don't you tell me, how should this old man know the truth? Wei Xiaodong was instantly amused. He sat down calmly, making it clear that he wasn't going to listen to him. "If that's the case, then fine. Brother Ling, I can only trouble you to tell our shopkeeper Wei everything about the escort." Qi Wenhan laughed coldly. Lin Yi nodded. He calmly recounted everything from when the escort set off, how the goods were robbed, how he learned the truth from the pirates, and how he managed to snatch the ship back. "How about it? Shopkeeper Wei, what else do you have to say?" Qi Wenhan stared coldly at Wei Xiaodong. He had received elite training from a young age, so he was never one to get angry easily. But now, he had been tricked by this old fox. Not only had he lost 300,000 spirit jades, but he had also lost the reputation of the escort agency. He could not swallow this anger no matter what. In fact, at this moment, he wanted nothing more than to personally step on this old fox to vent his anger. Unfortunately, reality did not allow it. The other party was the representative of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. No matter how big a mistake he made, it could only be executed by the Hong Chamber of Commerce. If an outsider overstepped his authority, it would be a provocation to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. The consequences would be unthinkable. As the young master of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan had to consider the bigger picture. Haha. Wei Xiaodong laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Qi Wenhan and said, "Young Master Qi, this old man has always thought that you were a smart man. I didn't expect you to have such a funny talent. Let's not talk about whether or not this guy is a real pirate. Even if he is, don't you think this kind of trick is child's play, young Master Qi?" "Child's play?" Qi Wenhan raised his eyebrows. "Is it not? Who doesn't know how to play such a childish trick? Do you believe that any child on the street can play the same trick?" Wei Xiaodong laughed so hard that he could not catch his breath. "Young Master Qi, we are all adults. There is no need to play this kind of child's play. This old man also knows that this kind of thing happened to your escort agency, and you feel bad about it. But there is no need to put on such a show. Do you think there is any meaning to it? The witness and the evidence are conclusive. Shopkeeper Wei, do you still think this is child's play?" Qi Wenhan suppressed the anger in his heart and sneered. "In that case, I will report this matter today and let the people outside judge it." What do you think, shopkeeper Wei? Once this kind of thing was exposed, it would definitely be a huge blow to the Hong Consortium, especially to Wei Xiaodong, the mastermind behind it. Even if this old fox was thick-skinned, once the Hong In group of the Hong Consortium found out about this, or even the Hong Consortium's headquarters, he would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Qi Wenhan originally thought that if he said that, even if the other party would not panic so much, at least he would not dare to be so unscrupulous. However, Wei Xiaodong's expression was still that of a sneer, as if he really did not fear a crooked shadow. He did not take his threat seriously at all. Witness? Could it be that young Master Qi is talking about this guy who framed this old man out of nothing? I don't even know where he came from. How can his words be trusted? Do you think this old man will believe him, or will others believe him? Wei Xiaodong shook his head fearlessly and sneered. Moreover, look at his pitiful appearance. It is obvious that he was beaten. Anyone who saw it would know that he confessed under torture. Young Master Qi, how dare you say that he is some kind of witness? Chapter 43-44. You. Qi Wenhan choked on his words, and Lin Yi could only shrug helplessly. He hadn't touched the pirate leader on the way here, and only knocked him out when they arrived at luxuriant Ark City's docks. He didn't expect the other party to use this against him. As for the evidence, forgive this old man for not seeing it. Young Master Qi, where is the evidence you speak of? How come this old man doesn't see it? Wei Xiaotong continued to sneer. The pirate leader being caught by the other party had indeed surprised him, but how could there be any evidence for this kind of thing? For safety's sake, he had secretly contacted these pirates in the far Star Sea realm. He had never even passed a note, so where was the evidence? This is the evidence. Qi Wenhan took out the letter Lin Yi had given him and coldly said, since shopkeeper Wei doesn't recognize this witness, then let's put it aside for now. The Fong family manor has already signed for it. If shopkeeper Wei doesn't believe me, I can accompany you to find Manor Lord Fong Bai Wu to verify it. Wei Xiaodong's eyes flashed as he glanced at the words on the letter. He found that it was indeed Fong Bai Wu's handwriting. He and Fong Bai Wu had known each other for several decades, so he could recognize the other's handwriting. Otherwise, Fong Bai Wu wouldn't have entrusted such an important life-saving resource like the miasma-dissolving pill to him. Wei Xiaodong looked at Lin. Even if the other party didn't say it, he could guess that it was this person's doing. He had snatched the goods from the pirates and actually continued to deliver them to the other party. This was something he hadn't expected. If Wei Xiaodong were in Lin Yi's position, his first thought would be to pocket the goods. After all, this was worth a full 300,000 spirit jades. Who would be so stupid as to give it away? Shopkeeper Wei, you can insist that we found a random person and beat him into a confession. But you can't deny this document, right? Qi Wenhan stared closely at Wei Xiaodong's expression as he spoke. Because he could find Fong Bai Wu to verify, he wasn't afraid that the other party wouldn't admit to it. Moreover, if Wei Xiaodong didn't admit to it, not only would it be useless, but it would also make it seem that he was in the wrong. When that time came, the pressure of public opinion would be even greater. At that time, Wei Xiaodong would only have one outcome, which was that he would not be able to bear the consequences. So what? This only shows that after such a long delay, you barely managed to deliver the goods. You can't accuse this old man of being related to pirates just because of this, right? Wei Xiaodong said calmly. When Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other. This old fox really wasn't easy to deal with. From the moment he entered until now, he hadn't revealed a single flaw. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was a wily old fox. Fine. If that's the case, shouldn't shopkeeper Wei return the 300,000 spiritual jades as compensation to us? Qi Wenhan said in a deep voice. Return it. Wei Xiaodong raised his eyebrows. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile as he said, business is business. Young Master Qi can't really be treating business as child's play, right? What do you mean? Qi Wenhan's heart immediately sank. It's very simple. Your escort agency delayed for an entire month before delivering the goods to Fong Manor. This caused great damage to the reputation of our Hong Chamber of Commerce. For the sake of our old friendship, This old man hasn't even settled this debt with you. You actually have the nerve to ask for compensation? Wei Xiaodong curled his lips and sneered. In the original contract, it was clearly written in black and white that once something happened, you would have to pay the original price. Young Master Qi can't be thinking of this contract as child's play, right? Every word and sentence made it sound so natural, as if this was how it should be. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this, let alone Qi Wenhan, the person involved. Fine, since you insist on saying this, then I won't argue with you. In the original contract, it was written that if the goods couldn't be delivered, then we would have to pay the original price. However, our escort agency has already delivered the goods. It's just that we're a bit late. Furthermore, Feng Baiwu has no objections. Shopkeeper Wei, you're still thinking of paying the original price. Isn't this a bit too unreasonable? Qi Wenhan said righteously, there is a loss for delay, but the loss isn't too great. Regardless of sentiment or reason, Shopkeeper Wei can't hold on to the 300,000 spiritual jades. If these words were to spread, it wouldn't be pleasant to hear. Hearing this, Wei Xiaodong's expression finally changed slightly. Qi Wenhan's threat wasn't baseless. If this matter were to spread, Wei Xiaodong's reputation as a greedy person would be confirmed. It was understandable for businessmen to pursue profit, but for him, a shopkeeper of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, this would also affect the reputation of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. If the Hong Ying team were to find out, they would definitely conduct an in-depth investigation. When that time came, it would be hard to say how the situation would develop. However, since he, Wei Xiaodong, had already swallowed the spiritual jades, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens to get him to spit them out. If Wei Xiaodong really cherished his reputation so much, then he wouldn't have done this kind of shady business. My apologies, this old man has already handed over the 300,000 spiritual jades of your escort agency's compensation to the Central Island headquarters. Now, even if I want to return it, I can't. Young Master Qi, please give up. Wei Xiaodong finally came up with an excuse. What? Qi Wenhan almost couldn't catch his breath. He was so angry that his hair stood on end. He had just collected the 300,000 spiritual jades of compensation and sent it over yesterday, and Wei Xiaodong said that he had handed it over to the Central Island headquarters today. Fuck, did the Hong's Chamber of Commerce have such heaven-defying efficiency? Someone send the guests out. Wei Xiaodong smiled coldly and immediately sent the guests out with tea. He didn't give Qi Wenhan any chance to speak and directly turned to leave. Yes. The servant guarding the door immediately ran over to Qi Wenhan, Lin Yi and the other two, respectfully inviting them in. Gentlemen, please return. Although Qi Wenhan wasn't a simple-minded person, he was so angry that he almost couldn't help but attack. With both witnesses and material evidence, he came with a vengeance to settle the score with Wei Xiaodong. He didn't expect that the other party wouldn't buy it at all. Instead, he had a stomach full of anger. No one could accept such a cruel difference. Good. Very good. Let's go. Although he was unable to restrain his anger, Qi Wenhan didn't lose his mind in the end. He could only suppress the anger in his heart, drag the trembling pirate leader, and lead the way out of the door. After all, this was the Hong's Chamber of Commerce's branch. Once they made a move here, it was equivalent to declaring war with the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Qitian Escort Agency was a local tyrant that could call the wind and summon the rain in the luxuriant Arc Sea area, but compared to the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, a colossus that could move unhindered across the 5 major heaven stage islands, they weren't on the same level at all. If they really went to war, they might be wiped out in minutes. Chapter 43-45. Lin Yi turned to look at Wei Xiaodong's back and frowned. Not only was this man ruthless, but he had also schemed to swallow the life-saving resources of the Fong family on Rock Island. Now that he had been exposed, he had no intention of bowing his head and admitting his mistake. Instead, he had resorted to sophistry. It was rare to see someone this shameless. This kind of scum had completely sunk into a heartless, black-hearted businessman. He was not fit to be friends with someone like Hong Zhong. If Hong Zhong was here, he would definitely cut ties with this man. Lin Yi wanted to make an example out of Wei Xiaodong, but after careful consideration, he followed Qi Wenhan out. He was alone and it was not the right time yet. Wei Xiaotong was not a pushover. Not only was he a nascent soul expert, he was also the representative of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. If he wanted to deal with him, he had to plan carefully and find the perfect opportunity. Seeing Qi Wenhan, Lin Yi, and the others come out, the escorts waiting outside immediately surrounded them and asked about the situation. As for the passers-by who had gathered to watch the commotion, they were all looking forward to it excitedly. They were all here to watch the commotion and were eager to see the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Hong Chamber of Commerce fight. "Let's go back first," Qi Wenhan said expressionlessly. Without another word, he walked out. The escorts all looked at each other in dismay. From the looks of it, they must have suffered a loss. The young master was in a fit of anger, so no one dared to ask any questions. They had come in a threatening manner, but in the end, they did not gain anything and could only leave with their tails between their legs. Wei Xiaotong stood on the second floor and looked at the backs of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. He smiled coldly and scolded them disdainfully, "Idiots!" Back at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, the escorts all looked solemn as they waited for their young master's next order. In the end, Qi Wenhan waved his hand and said, "All of you are dismissed." Disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. Although Qi Wenhan had not been at the helm of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency for a long time, they were very clear about this young master's style. He was definitely not one to be taken advantage of. 2 years ago, Qi Wenhan had even personally led his men and fought a few battles with the infamous Poison Eye mercenary group, forcing Cheng Haonan to retreat. Since then, he no longer deliberately obstructed the escort agency's business. How could such a powerful young master endure such humiliation in silence when encountering such a situation? But since Qi Wenhan said so, no one dared to say anything else. After looking at each other, they nodded and dispersed. Lin Yi originally wanted to find a place to stay. Anyway, he had delivered the darts and captured the pirate leader. He had done what he needed to do. What happened next was Qi Wenhan's business. It wasn't something that a nominal escort like him should worry about. However, Qi Wenhan suddenly called out to him, "Brother Ling, please wait. Not only have you been wronged in this incident, but you have also performed a great service. As the head of the escort agency, it is only right and proper for us to reward you well. I'll get someone to set up a banquet to welcome you." "I will respectfully accept." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. After all, he had nothing else to do at the moment. Moreover, based on his previous actions, Qi Wenhan was indeed a person worth befriending. There was no harm in getting closer to him. Qi Wenhan immediately brought Lin Yi to the banquet hall that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had prepared to welcome their esteemed guests. In the past, those who could dine here were at least prominent figures in the Wei-Arc territorial waters. It was clear to see how much importance they placed on Lin Yi. "Uncle Song, go to father's place and report what happened today. Although he doesn't have the time to care about these things now, he should at least know about it. Otherwise, he will be caught unprepared in the future." Along the way, Qi Wenhan instructed the old housekeeper who had been by his side the entire time. He then pointed at the trembling pirate leader and said, "Oh, that's right. Lock this guy up in the dungeon. He is an important witness. Nothing must happen to him." The old housekeeper, who was called Uncle Song, nodded and immediately carried the pirate leader away. His figure was erratic. It seemed like he had only taken one step, but in reality he had already traversed tens of feet. It was clear that he was an expert who was extremely proficient in movement techniques. More importantly, he was a true original infant stage expert. Seeing Lin Yi looking curiously at housekeeper Song's back, Qi Wenhan smiled and explained, "Uncle Song has a very deep relationship with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. He was an orphan adopted by my grandfather and is also my father's sworn brother. The reason why the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was able to establish itself in the chaotic Wei-Arc territorial waters is because of him. Brother Ling, you may not know this, but my Uncle Song's strength is ranked among the top in the entire Wei-Arc territorial waters. No expert dares to look down on him." "I see." Lin Yi nodded. Even an old housekeeper of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had such strength. It was clear that their foundation was not weak. No wonder they could establish themselves in the Wayark territorial waters. He then asked curiously, then this housekeeper song's strength should be second to none in the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, right? That is indeed the case. Although there are many experts in the entire escort agency, the only one who can match up to Uncle's song, or even surpass him, is my father. However, he has been busy preparing for the South Continent Escort Agency's Grand Festival and rarely comes back to the agency. Otherwise, I would definitely recommend Brother Ling to my father. He has always loved to make friends with heroes of the world, especially young heroes like Brother Ling, Chi Wenhan said with a smile. Brother Chi is too kind. Lin Yi smiled and waved his hand. He also loved to make friends with experts. Since Chi Wenhan's father was the strongest in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Lin Yi was very interested in meeting him. When the two of them arrived at the banquet hall, the food and wine were already prepared. Chi Wenhan personally poured wine for Lin Yi and raised his cup in thanks. Brother Ling, thank you so much for this matter. You allowed me to see the true face of that old fox Wei Xiaodong. Our escort agency will definitely not work with him in the future. Brother Chi, you are too kind. Actually, I am also responsible for this. This time, the docks of Jinduan City were locked down and I was unable to return in time, causing the agency to suffer losses. Lin Yi also raised his cup in thanks. No, Brother Ling, you have already done very well. If we really have to blame someone, the biggest mistake is actually on me. I did not know the right person and fell into that old fox's trap, causing us to suffer such losses. Chi Wenhan shook his head, then said, however, although our agency has lost 300,000 spirit jades this time, it is not as if we have gained nothing. It is a blessing in disguise. What do you mean by that? Lin Yi could not help but ask curiously. It is very simple. Because Brother Ling, you delivered the goods. Chi Wenhan had completely recovered from the shock just now, and his eyes were shining as he spoke. Chapter 43-46. There's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. This incident will spread throughout the entire luxuriant Arc Sea area in less than 2 days, and even the surrounding sea areas will be spread. At that time, everyone will know that although our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was robbed midway, and although we've already paid the compensation, we kept our promise and delivered the goods after retrieving them. Brother Chi means that although we've lost 300,000 spirit jades this time, we've also restored the reputation of our escort agency? Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had to admit that Chi Wenhan's words were indeed a blessing in disguise. He wasn't just comforting himself. That's right. A man can't live without his word. In our escort agency, the most important thing is credibility. As long as we have credibility, we'll have a foothold. Using 300,000 spirit jades to restore the image of our escort agency as a trustworthy person is definitely worth the money. This is something that can't be bought with any amount of spirit jades. In the future, the profit brought by this will be far more than 300,000 spirit jades, but 3 million spirit jades or even more. Chi Wenhan became more and more excited as he spoke. He even felt that this wasn't a loss at all, but a huge profit. To be able to see a good thing in a bad situation, Brother Chi is indeed an optimistic and open-minded person. It's the fortune of our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to have a manager like you. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He wasn't just joking. In fact, there were very few people with this kind of character. Moreover, to a certain extent, no matter what this kind of person did, they would be closer to success than others. I'm just trying to find joy in the midst of misery. Since things have come to this, I can only use this as an excuse to comfort myself. Chi Wenhan smiled broadly and said, Brother Ling, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength all this time. I was blind. If I had known this earlier, I would have let you be in charge of leading the team instead of giving it to people like Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan. Then, this wouldn't have happened. We haven't known each other for long, so it's normal that we're not familiar with each other. Moreover, Brother Chi, if you let me, a newcomer, take charge of such an important escort mission right from the start, I wouldn't be able to convince the people. It may not be able to convince the masses, and the result is hard to say. Lin Yi waved his hand. This was the truth. With Li and Guan's temperament, even if Qi Wenhan said that Lin Yi was the one in charge, the two of them would definitely agree on the surface but oppose on the inside. Once they encountered this kind of situation, Lin Yi and Huang Xiaotao would have to be on guard against these two people scheming behind their backs. For safety's sake, they wouldn't necessarily recklessly fight to the death with the pirates. That's right, Brother Ling. I'm now inviting you to officially join our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. What do you think? Qi Wenhan's spirits were suddenly roused. The first time he saw Lin Yi, he was already shocked by Lin Yi's strength, even though he was teaming up with Huang Xiaotao. However, to be able to injure Old Kong, who was at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, was already an impressive achievement. But now, the strength that Lin Yi displayed was even more powerful. He easily killed 3 pirates at the peak of the late gold core stage. Furthermore, the pirate leader was so frightened that he didn't even dare to have the slightest thought of resisting. It could be seen how strong the deterrence was. For the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, a person like Lin Yi was definitely a talent that was hard to find even with a lantern in hand. They had to try their best to rope him in. Merely being an escort in name was far from enough. If he could go one step further and become a permanent escort, then he would truly be one of their own. Seeing Lin Yi hesitate as if wanting to shake his head and refuse, Qi Wenhan hurriedly interrupted and added, "Brother Ling, I'm not purely trying to rope you in, but would like to ask you to do me a favor." A favor? Lin Yi couldn't help but be stunned. He couldn't possibly be a permanent escort here, but if it was just helping to do something, then it was a different story. That's right, I've just said that my father is busy preparing for the South Continent's escort agency convention. Brother Ling, you're powerful and can fight enemies above your level, so I hope you can represent our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and participate in this convention. Qi Wenhan said with a burning gaze. What's that? Lin Yi asked with a frown. When he first heard about it, he thought it was an industry summit between the various escort agencies in the South Continent, but listening to Qi Wenhan's words, there was actually a competition. Every 3 years, all the escort agencies in the sea near the South Continent will gather together to hold an escort agency convention. From there, the 5 great escort agencies will be chosen. According to this ranking, the corresponding range of escorts and the distribution of benefits will be divided. Of course, the higher the ranking, the greater the benefits. Qi Wenhan explained to Lin, where there were people, there would be Jianghu, and the relationship between escort agencies and Jianghu was the most inseparable among all the industries. Therefore, to some extent, the Triennial Escort Agency Convention of the South Continent could almost be understood as the martial arts circle convention that often appeared in storytellers. 5 great escort agencies? Lin Yi was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, then the ranking of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is, 3 years ago, our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency barely made it into one of the 5 great escort agencies for the first time. Of course, we're ranked last, the 5th great escort agency. Qi Wenhan laughed bitterly, then said with anticipation, however, if Brother Ling can join this year, I believe that your ranking will definitely rise a little. As for the remuneration and treatment, as long as Brother Ling says it, we'll definitely find a way to satisfy you. In short, we'll definitely satisfy you. How about it? This. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. The other party's conditions could be said to be high, but he didn't intend to stay in the South Continent for long, so he could only tactfully refuse. Brother Qi, to be honest, I came to the luxuriant Arc Sea area this time with a sect mission. I've never thought of staying here for a long time. If I join an escort agency, I'm afraid it's really not possible. Oh? Brother Ling even has a sect mission? Qi Wenhan was stunned when he heard this. Seeing that Lin Yi's expression didn't seem to be fake, he asked, "What's the mission? Have you completed it?" "Not yet." Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. From the moment he arrived at the luxuriant Arc Sea area, he and Huang Xiaotao had been entangled with trouble. Then, after being robbed midway, they went to the True Segment City and Lufeng Forest. Even the mission that was one of the original intentions of this trip hadn't been completed from beginning to end, let alone making any progress. In that case, if it's convenient, Brother Ling might as well tell me your mission. I can help you think of a way. Our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency doesn't dare to say how strong we are, but at least in the sea areas near the South Continent, we definitely have a lot of connections. Who knows, maybe we can help. Chi Won-han immediately took the initiative to suggest. Lin Yi's heart moved when he heard this. This was really a way. Now, he was alone here and unfamiliar with this place. If he wanted to rely on his own strength to hunt down Wu Baoliang, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Chapter 43-47. If there was no external help, it was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to see his shadow, let alone catch him. The Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was a local bully in the Wayark waters. Moreover, as an escort agency, their connections and information were absolutely not to be underestimated. If Chi Won-han could help, they could indeed get twice the result with half the effort. Since Brother Chi has said so, I won't stand on ceremony. Here's the thing. I came to the Wayark waters this time to hunt down a wanted criminal who escaped from the North Island. His name is Wu Baoliang, Lin immediately told Chi Won-han. Wu Baoliang. Chi Won-han raised his eyebrows and said thoughtfully, I haven't heard of him. But since he escaped from the North Island, it's not surprising that he is unknown here. Brother Ling, you can tell me in detail. Well, this person's strength was at the peak of the late stage of Gold Core. He was an extremely famous evil cultivator in the North Island. He specialized in sucking the blood essence of virgin girls for cultivation. More than 300 people were killed by him, which caused public resentment. When the law enforcement hall of the North Island was ready to take action against him, he escaped. According to the latest information from the law enforcement hall, the last place Wu Baoliang appeared was in the Wayark waters. Lin Yi explained the situation. Specialized in sucking the blood essence of virgin girls, and more than 300 people? Even Chi Won-han was speechless when he heard such a shocking thing. The Wayark waters were chaotic, but there were not many people who committed such a heinous crime. This is just a rough estimate. If we count the missing women nearby, the real number should be far above this. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. The reason why he took this task at the beginning, in addition to specifically looking at the Wayark waters as the task location, was that he felt that this evil cultivator was too heartless and had to be killed. There's actually such a scumbag who specializes in harming women. He's as evil as the Qing father and son. Chi Won-han was also indignant and said, Brother Ling, don't worry. I'll find someone to inquire about this Wu Baoliang. I'll let you know as soon as there's news. That's great. Thank you, Brother Chi. However, while asking people to look for Wu Baoliang, can you help me find out the whereabouts of another person? Lin Yi quickly asked. Another person? No problem. Gathering information is what our escort agency is best at. Brother Ling, who do you want to find out? Just tell me. Chi Won-han promised. All right, the person I want to inquire about is called Liu Bianren, a senior brother of our Clear Cloud Pavilion on the North Island. He has always taken good care of me. Previously, he came out to the Verdant Arc Sea with a group of people to complete a mission. I lost contact with the others after that, and I haven't heard from them since. Lin Yi said with a sigh. This was the main reason why he decided to come to the Verdant Arc territorial waters. Regardless of whether he could find it in the end, he had to work hard. No problem. If he appears in a public place here, we will definitely be able to get wind of it. Brother Ling, you don't have to worry. Chi Won-han hurriedly agreed. Regarding the South Continent Escort Agency's grand gathering, Brother Ling, you should really consider it carefully. It won't take up too much of your time. Who knows, the event might end before you even finish your task. All right, I'll think about it. Lin Yi nodded. If it was purely to help him participate in the South Continent Escort Agency's event and not to join the security chief, it was not a bad idea. He would just take it as a favor in return for gathering information. While the two of them were talking, there was a sudden commotion outside the escort agency. It was noisy and it seemed like many people had arrived. Could it be that my father has returned? Chi Won-han couldn't help but wonder. His father had recently been busy preparing for the South Continent Escort Agency's Grand Festival, which was the most important event for the escort agency. Normally, he wouldn't come back, but this time, the escort agency had been tricked by Wei Xiaodong. After all, it wasn't a small matter, and it was possible that he would come back personally to deal with it. However, just as Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi were looking at each other, a guard suddenly ran in and said with a panicked expression, "Something has happened, young master. That fellow Qing Kitian has brought people to block the door." Qing Kitian? Did that brat take the wrong medicine? How dare he bring people to block the door of our Equal Heaven escort agency? Qi Wenhan was stunned. Although the Poison Eye mercenary band was a troublemaker, and many people's expressions changed at the mention of their name, Qi Wenhan didn't take it to heart. Especially after he had led people to fight a few times with them 2 years ago. Cheng Kitian was no match for him, and had been beaten to a pulp several times. As a result, every time young Master Cheng saw him, Qi Wenhan couldn't help but feel apprehensive and weak in the knees. And if Cheng Kitian's father, Cheng Haonan, came out, then his own father would also come out personally. What was there to be afraid of? Qi Wenhan was still confused, but Lin Yi, who was beside him, knew full well that after being taught a lesson by him at the docks, this young Master Cheng must have gone back to get reinforcements, and was ready to come back to get back at him. "Brother Ling, continue drinking here. I'll go out and take a look, and I'll be back soon." Qi Wenhan immediately stood up and said, no matter what, Cheng Kitian was the young master of the Poison Eye mercenary band. If he didn't come out personally, the other people in the escort agency would have a hard time dealing with him. "Brother Qi, I'd better go with you. If I'm not wrong, this guy should be coming for me." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "Ah." Qi Wenhan couldn't help but be confused. Then he suddenly slapped his head and said, "That's right, Brother Ling. You and Old Kong worked together to injure him. With that guy's narrow-minded nature, he definitely won't let you off easily. But after such a long time, he's coming to block the door for such a small matter. This guy must be sick in the head." That might not be the case. Actually, there's something I didn't have time to tell Brother Qi. Just now, before I returned to the agency, I fought with them again at the docks." Lin Yi said, pinching his nose. "What? Then Brother Ling, you're not injured, are you? That scum Cheng Kitian only knows how to bully others. Every day, he brings Old Kong everywhere to show off his power. A dignified early-stage nascent soul expert has become his dog. But this dog is very powerful. Brother Ling, if you meet them again in the future, you'd better bear with it." Qi Wenhan hurriedly warned. "There's no need to avoid them. Actually, the dog that Brother Qi mentioned was crippled by me just now." Lin Yi shrugged and spread out his hands. Qi Wenhan suddenly had a strange look on his face. He looked at Lin Yi from head to toe again, his eyes looking like he was looking at a monster. Before this, he had already thought highly of Lin Yi's strength, but he didn't think that he had still greatly underestimated him. He couldn't help but ask, "Forgive me for asking, but Brother Ling, you're still a Golden Core expert, right?" "That's right, the middle stage of Golden Core." Lin Yi nodded calmly. There was no need to hide this point. It could be seen as soon as they fought. Chapter 43-48. Qi Wenhan choked for a moment. He also believed that Lin Yi was in the mid-Gold Core stage. After all, he had the same feeling before. But a mid-Gold Core stage expert was actually able to cripple Old Kong, a peak early nascent soul stage expert. What was wrong with this world? Had he gone mad, or had the world gone mad? No wonder that brat was so angry. If it was me, I would also be angry. Qi Wenhan finally said with a speechless grin. Having an enemy like Lin Yi, no matter who it was, their heart would tremble with fear. With Cheng Kitian's courage, if he didn't eliminate this threat as soon as possible, he probably wouldn't even be able to sleep. The two of them arrived at the entrance of the escort agency. At this moment, there was already a large circle of people outside. Both ends of the street were blocked by passers-by who had come to watch the show. In the middle of the door stood Cheng Kitian, and behind him was a group of experts from the Poison Eye mercenary group. Each of them had an imposing manner, and were all ruthless characters who killed without blinking an eye. Lin Yi glanced at them. Among this group of experts from the Poison Eye mercenary group, there were actually 3 that he couldn't see through. If he wasn't mistaken, they should be nascent soul stage experts. Even Cheng Kitian could mobilize 3 nascent soul stage experts. This kind of strength was not bad. It was no wonder that the Poison Eye mercenary group was able to wreak havoc in the Weiwan Sea. Lin Yi was a little surprised that the other party had mobilized such a large force. But after thinking about it, he understood. Before, Old Kong, a peak early nascent soul stage expert, was crippled by him. If he didn't bring so many experts to protect him, how would Qing Ketian dare to block the door? Seeing Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi come out, especially when he saw Lin Yi, Qing Ketian subconsciously shrunk his head. The ferocious scene on the pier had truly frightened him. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was scared witless. It had left a shadow in his heart. But when he saw Lin Yi's mocking gaze, Qing Ketian suddenly stiffened his neck. He couldn't help but become angry out of humiliation. With a rude and unreasonable expression, he pointed at Lin Yi and said, "Men, capture this guy for me." An order was given. The group of experts behind him immediately released their auras, causing a commotion in the surroundings. As for the three nascent soul stage experts, they all had a solemn expression. Although the opponent was a golden core stage expert, they had learned their lesson from Old Kong. They didn't dare to lower their guard and were prepared to work together to take down Lin, courting death. Lin Yi's eyes were also filled with killing intent. He had let Qing Ketian off at the docks earlier because he didn't want the Poison Eye mercenary group to fall out with him. But now, Qing Ketian didn't know what was good for him. If that was the case, he wouldn't mind going on a killing spree. Lin Yi didn't want to find trouble for himself, but he was never afraid of trouble. Even if the other side was a local tyrant who would turn pale at the mention of his name, as long as he found the right opportunity to use a super alchemic fire true chi bomb, the experts of the Poison Eye mercenary band would definitely die. For a time, the situation suddenly became tense. No matter who made the slightest move, there would immediately be a bloody storm. This kind of thing happened in the verdant Arc Sea. But he was already used to it. However, under everyone's gazes, Qi Wenhan calmly walked until he was one step away from Qing Ketian. Indifferently, he said, "Capture someone? Humph, if you have the ability to catch one for me to see? As long as you dare to touch him, I dare to make all of you unable to return. Do you want to make this bet with me, young Master Qing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the group of escorts from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency suddenly released their auras. There was no lack of nascent soul experts among them. After all, this was the headquarters of the Equal of Heaven Escort Agency. Don't be too arrogant. Qing Ketian immediately choked. He was so frightened by Qi Wenhan's aggressive gaze that he took a step back in front of everyone. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. Fuck, I'm the one who's here to seek revenge. Why does it feel like this guy's temper is even bigger than mine? Unbeknownst to him, Qi Wenhan had been suppressing a bellyful of anger at Wei Xiaodong's place, and just happened to have nowhere to vent it. This fellow had come looking for trouble. Who could he blame? Arrogant? You, young Master Qing, brought so many people to block the entrance of my Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. No matter how I look at it, you are the arrogant one, aren't you? Qi Wenhan laughed coldly. Previously at the docks, this Ling Yi from your escort agency injured Elder Kong. What's wrong with me bringing people to capture the real culprit? If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. Your Heaven's Equal Escort Agency has always been righteous and righteous. I don't think you will protect your own people, right? Some things are better said than done. It's not easy for your escort agency to build up a reputation. You won't destroy your own foundation for an insignificant person, right? Qing Ketian said in a strange tone. Every time they crossed swords, Qing Ketian had been suppressed by Qi Wenhan's men. Even now, he still had lingering fears. Today, in front of Qi Wenhan, he didn't dare to be forceful and could only speak in this manner. You are weak and your skills are inferior. Who can you blame for suffering losses? Why are you talking to me about the real culprit? The sun must have risen from the west today. Since when did your dignified Poison Eye mercenary band start to reason with others? Qi Wenhan was instantly amused. The surrounding crowd laughed along with him. The Poison Eye mercenary band had wreaked havoc everywhere. Almost everyone in Velvet Arc City had been threatened and persecuted by them. Yet they still had the nerve to talk reason? Qing Ketian's face immediately turned red. He angrily shouted at the surrounding crowd, What are you laughing at? If you laugh again, I'll cut off your tongues. You dare to laugh at my poison eye mercenary band? Are you all tired of living? Cheng Ketien's vicious and threatening gaze swept over them. The surrounding crowd immediately stopped laughing. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to speak out, afraid that they would be targeted by him. Qi Wenhan, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Do you think it's worth it to make the entire Poison Eye mercenary band your enemy for such an insignificant person? Cheng Ketien threatened. Ha! Qi Wenhan couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh. He looked at Cheng Ketien as if he were looking at an idiot and said, Young Master Cheng, did you not take your medicine today? Or did you take too much medicine? Why are you saying such stupid things? Our two families have fought at least 8 out of 10 times, big or small. Don't tell me you think that this is not being enemies, but a harmonious family? Cheng Ketien was so angry he almost spat out blood. Qi Wenhan was practically his nemesis. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't even win an argument. Every time he ran into this guy, nothing good would come out of it. It had been like this in the past, and it was still like this today. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he couldn't win an argument either. What could he do? For a moment, Cheng Ketien was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He could only glare at Lin Yi with hatred. However, he was afraid of Qi Wenhan and didn't dare to make a move. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would have chosen a different location. Although he had brought many experts with him today, this was still the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's headquarters. If they really fought, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Chapter 43-49. At this moment, an expert from the Poison Eye mercenary group suddenly came over and whispered a few words. Cheng Ketien's eyes immediately lit up. Qi Wenhan, I advise you to consider this carefully. I've also heard about this Ling Yi. Not only did he lose his bodyguard, but he also defected to the pirates and escaped. Why do you still want to protect this kind of scum? Why don't you just give him to me, and I will help you clean up the mess? That way, you can save some effort. How about it? Cheng Ketien suddenly changed his tone to one of negotiation. He had long heard about the matter of Ling Yi defecting to the pirates. It was precisely because of this that he dared to add insult to injury. It was just that he had been too arrogant just now and had been pushed around by Qi Wenhan. With the reminder of his subordinate, he could use this as an excuse to get out of the situation. Who told you that Ling Yi defected to the pirates? Qi Wenhan could not help but laugh. Wei Arc City is only such a big place. Even the slightest movement would not be able to escape the eyes and ears of the Poison Eye mercenary group. You don't have to hide it anymore, it's unnecessary. Cheng Ketien said proudly. Is that so? Then I can only regretfully tell you that not only did Ling Yi not defect to the pirates, he even single-handedly snatched the goods back from the pirates. Young Master Cheng, have you not heard? It seems that the eyes and ears of the Poison Eye mercenary group are only SOSO. Qi Wenhan sneered. Cheng Ketien was instantly dumbfounded. Just now, when he was scared away by Lin Yi at the pier, he had hurried back to get reinforcements. Naturally, he did not know what had happened to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. How did a chicken turn into a phoenix in the blink of an eye? Not only was this Ling Yi not the scum that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency had to deal with, but he had instead become a hero? I'll tell you one last time. Ling Yi is a member of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, and he is the person that we value the most. If you dare to touch a single hair on his head, it will be a declaration of war against the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. This is a declaration of war against our Equal Heaven Escort Agency. Whether or not you can bear the consequences, it's up to you. Qi Wenhan said in front of everyone. His words were stern and righteous. Lin Yi nodded slightly as he watched the scene. They were trying to rope him in. However, this action of the other party had indeed given him a layer of protection, and he had to remember this kindness. Have you thought this through? Could it be that you really want to start another war with our Poison Eye mercenary group for such an insignificant fellow? Cheng Ketien couldn't help but stomp his foot in exasperation. Scram! Qi Wenhan couldn't even be bothered to look at him. Putting aside the fact that he valued Lin Yi so much, he was still counting on Lin Yi to help him participate in the escort agency's event. Cheng Ketien's threat was nothing in his eyes. Under the gazes of the crowd, Cheng Ketien's expression flickered between clear and dark, alternating between green and white. With a face full of resentment, he looked at Lin Yi, then looked at Qi Wenhan. In the end, he still did not dare to start a fight here. He could only fiercely say, "Just you wait and see," and dejectedly leave with his people. Qi Wenhan and Lin Yi looked at each other and smiled as they watched Cheng Ketien and the others leave. This fellow was indeed a clown who couldn't be brought up to the public. "Brother Qi, many thanks." Lin Yi sincerely thanked Qi Wenhan. He really didn't expect that, in the face of Cheng Ketien's overbearing attitude, Ling Chen would spare no effort to protect him. This was no small favor. "What are you saying? Brother Ling, no matter what, you are still a member of our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Moreover, you are a meritorious official. Our escort agency doesn't dare to boast about other things, but to our own people, we definitely have nothing to say." Qi Wenhan patted his chest. He pulled Lin Yi back into the banquet hall and said, "Come, let's continue drinking. Don't let that bastard spoil your mood." All right." Lin Yi laughed heartily. The more he interacted with this young master, the more he realized that their temperaments were compatible. It was hard to find a confidant in this world, and there weren't many friends that could enter Lin Yi's eyes. As Lin Yi and Qi Wenhan drank and chatted, on the other side, Cheng Ketien, who had returned from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency in defeat, was suppressing a bellyful of anger. He wanted to kill someone. "Bar, come over here." Cheng Ketien pointed at one of the Golden Core perfected experts behind him. Now that Old Kong was seriously injured and unconscious, he could only change to a temporary follower. "Yes, young Master Cheng, what orders do you have?" This person's name was Chen Zixio, but the members of the Poison Eye mercenary band usually called him Bar. "Regarding that Ling Yi, as well as what happened at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency today, go and find out for me. Remember, don't miss out on even a single detail, or I will break your dog legs," Cheng Ketien said as he pinched his chin. The reason why he was rebuffed today was because he did not have good information. If he had known that Ling Yi was a meritorious official and not a traitor, he would not have brought people to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency at all. That was purely asking for trouble. "Yes, young Master Cheng, please wait for me. I will go now." Chen Zixio nodded and left. An hour later, Chen Zixio returned and reported everything that had happened at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to Cheng Ketien in detail. These things had already spread like wildfire, so it was not difficult to find out. Moreover, with the eyes and ears of the Poison Eye mercenary band, it was as easy as flipping one's hand if they wanted to find out anything in Wei Wan City. What? This fake news was all made up by those two cowards, Li Yanji and Guan Ziyuan, in order to avoid responsibility? So sinister and shameless, this young master is quite fond of them. After hearing this, Cheng Ketien had a look of surprise on his face. He then asked, "Then where are the two of them now? Have they been killed by Qi Wenhan?" "No, the two of them were stabbed 3 times and 6 times, and were thrown out by the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. They should still be lying in the rubbish heap, but I don't know if they're dead or alive," Chen Zixio replied. Forget it if they're dead. If they're still alive, find someone to pick them up and keep them with the Poison Eye mercenary band. Who knows, they might be of some use in the future." Cheng Ketien's eyes rolled as he instructed. "Yes." Chen Zixio nodded and immediately said, "There's another piece of news. It's about the conflict between the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Although the rumors on the streets are not very accurate, this matter has already spread like wildfire. This little one speculates that this matter should be basically true. Young Master Cheng, you might be interested in it." "Tell me about it." Cheng Ketien was instantly interested. According to the rumors on the streets, the reason why the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency's escorts were robbed was purely because Wei Xiaodong of the Hong Chamber of Commerce had set up a trap. He had trapped Qi Wenhan and the entire Heaven's Equal Escort Agency together. Not long ago, Qi Wenhan brought his men to find trouble with Wei Xiaodong. In the end, he was sent back by Wei Xiaodong with just a few words and was given the cold shoulder, Qin Zixio reported. There's such a thing? Cheng Ketien's mouth twitched. This sounded exactly the same as what happened to him just now. R655. Chapter 4350. But this time, the unlucky one was not Cheng Ketien, but the arrogant Qi Wenhan. No wonder he was so angry just now. He couldn't help but laugh. Ah, good, Qi Wenhan has his day. Wei Xiaodong is a wonderful person. In front of Qi Wenhan, Cheng Ketien had never been able to gain any advantage. He was not Qi Wenhan's opponent. No matter how arrogant and conceited he was, he had no choice but to admit this. But looking at it this way, everything had its vanquisher. In front of that old fox Wei Xiaodong, the arrogant Qi Wenhan was also helpless. Let's go to the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Cheng Ketien decided immediately. But young Master Cheng, why are we going to the Hong Chamber of Commerce? Do we need to bring people? Qin Zixio quickly replied. Bring people? Bring what people? We are not going to stand up for Qi Wenhan. Why would we bring people to the Hong Chamber of Commerce? Cheng Ketien curled his lips. Then we are. Qin Zixio couldn't keep up with Cheng Ketien's thoughts. You're so stupid. Cheng Ketien kicked Qin Zixio's face in front of everyone. He then pretended to be profound and said, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This move of mine is called killing with a borrowed knife. Yes, young Master Cheng is brilliant. Qin Zixio quickly smiled apologetically and climbed up from the ground. But in his heart, he was disdainful. You want to deal with an old fox like Wei Xiaodong with your little IQ? You won't even know if you get betrayed. You'll probably be happy to help others earn money. Killing with a borrowed knife? Without further ado, Cheng Ketien brought Qin Zixio to the Hong Chamber of Commerce and requested to see Wei Xiaodong. After all, he was the young master of the Poison Eye mercenary group and was the most troublesome local bully in the area. The shop assistant did not dare to slight him and respectfully invited the two of them to the guest hall. Young Master Cheng, what a rare guest. After a while, Wei Xiaodong came out with a smile. Shopkeeper Wei, long time no see. How have you been? Cheng Ketien smiled and cupped his hands. While smiling and exchanging greetings, Wei Xiaodong was puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly come to see him? In the verdant Arc territorial waters, the Hong merchant group was considered an external force. They had always been neutral and minded their own business with the other forces. Even a local tyrant like the Poison Eye mercenary group didn't dare to have any ideas about it. Therefore, they didn't have any business dealings with each other, but they also didn't have any enmity with each other. Basically, they were just acquaintances. May I know why young Master Cheng has come to my Hong Merchant Association this time? After some small talk, Wei Xiaodong went straight to the point. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that word has spread outside that the Equal Heaven Escort Agency has been extorted by shopkeeper Wei. That's why I'm here to pay you a visit, Cheng Ketien answered without hiding anything. Even Qin Zixio, who was behind him, couldn't help but put his hand to his forehead when he heard this answer, let alone Wei Xiaodong, the person involved. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Since he wasn't here to pick a fight, how could he speak like that in front of the other party? What do you mean by that, young Master Cheng? As expected, Wei Xiaodong's expression darkened. He said unpredictably, This is the Equal Heaven Escort Agency's breach of contract. I've been doing everything according to the contract. These rumors were spread by the Equal Heaven Escort Agency themselves. How could you believe them, young Master Cheng? Could it be that you're here to stand up for the Equal Heaven Escort Agency? That can't be right. As far as I know, young Master Cheng and Qi Wenhan have always been enemies. They've always been sworn enemies. The grudge between the Equal Heaven Escort Agency and the Poison Eye mercenary group, especially the grudge between Qi Wenhan and Cheng Ketien. Any random local on the streets of Verdant Arc City could talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights. This was a well-known fact. Shopkeeper Wei is right. Qi Wenhan and I are sworn enemies. Moreover, we hate each other to the bone. If he doesn't die, then I'll live. Cheng Jutian laughed heartily. Wei Xiaodong did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he doesn't die, then you live. Aren't you the one who has the last laugh? Everyone knows that you, young Master Cheng, will always suffer when you meet Qi Wenhan. Is this confidence or stupidity? Then, young Master Cheng, what are you here for this time? Wei Xiaodong's expressions softened a little. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Even someone like Chen Ketian understood this principle. Naturally, he understood it as well. It's very simple. I want to join forces with shopkeeper Wei to think of a way to trick the Equal Heaven Escort Agency again. Chen Ketian said excitedly. Every time he had a conflict with the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, he had always suffered losses at the hands of Qi Wenhan. It was impossible to fight them head-on. However, this incident had given him some inspiration. If he wanted to deal with the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, Qi Wenhan, and that Ling Yi, there was no need for him to fight them head-on. He could totally be like Wei Xiaodong and plot behind their backs. Oh! Wei Xiaodong's eyes instantly lit up. His interest was piqued. He immediately said, Come. Young Master Cheng, please come into the inner hall. Let's discuss this properly. As matters stood, Wei Xiaodong's desire to deal with the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was even greater than Chen Ketian's. Even though he had managed to evade them for the time being, the other parties still had a witness in their hands. To him, this was quite a hidden danger. If this witness were to fall into the hands of the Hong Ying Group, he would be in big trouble. It was a pity that although the Hong Merchant Association had quite a bit of influence in the Wei-Arc territorial waters, they were only doing business. This included the guest experts who were stationed here. Their main job was to protect the Hong Merchant Association. Even as the shopkeeper of the branch, Wei Xiaodong could not easily order them around. It was even more impossible for him to make them do things that could not see the light of day. Moreover, Wei Xiaodong himself was too big of a target. Every move he made was watched. If he wanted to do something personally, it would be very difficult. He did not expect Chen Ketian to actually come to him. This young Master Cheng had the Poison Eye mercenary group behind him. They were definitely the local tyrant. If he wanted to do something behind his back, they were the perfect partners. The two of them did not have much of a relationship to begin with. But after this, they actually felt like they were like-minded and regretted not meeting each other earlier. They could not wait to enter the inner hall to discuss in detail. From afternoon to night, they planned for a full 6 hours. Only then did the two of them walk out with smiles on their faces. Wei Xiaodong personally sent them off, and Chen Ketian returned satisfied. In the next few days, Lin Yi originally thought that after the previous incident, whether it was Wei Xiaodong's side or Chen Ketian's side, there should be follow-up actions. However, unexpectedly, these few days were calm and peaceful. There were no signs of anything unusual at all. Since the other party did not come looking for trouble, Lin Yi could not possibly take the initiative to find them by himself. Thus, he was happy to be idle. R655. Chapter 43-51. After all, the gathering of the escort agencies of the South Continent was about to begin, and Qi Wenhan still needed his help. Even if Lin Yi wanted to go on an escort mission, he would not agree to it as the young master. As a result, Lin Yi stayed in the most luxurious guest room in the Equal of Heaven's escort agency. All he had to do every day was wait for Qi Wenhan's people to gather information while he cultivated leisurely. Occasionally, he would think about Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. He wondered how they were doing right now. In the vast ocean, a colossal ship rode through the wind and waves. It moved extremely quickly, but it was as stable as Mount Tai. Standing on it was as stable as land. More importantly, sitting on such a colossal ship was fearless of the wind, waves, and sea beasts. It was truly a leviathan on the ocean. This kind of huge treasure ship had always been the exclusive symbol of the super forces. It was impossible for ordinary sects and forces to have it, and they were not qualified to have it. This kind of strategic existence in the sea was not something that could be bought with a sky-high price of spiritual jades. Even if one had the financial resources to buy it, they would not have any stock to sell to you. The symbol of the Academy of Cultivation was carved on the flagship of the ship. The two words on it were particularly eye-catching, Morning Star. At this moment, two beautiful girls were sitting on the bow of the ship. After the originally fierce sea breeze passed through the protective shield of the huge treasure ship, it became a gentle breeze that blew their long hair. The gentle afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, leaving two beautiful silhouettes on the deck. It seemed real and illusory at the same time, making people feel intoxicated. On the huge ship were all the instructors and disciples of Morning Star Academy, including the 3 pillars of the mountain establishment period led by Ling Yuanqing. However, for the sake of safety, regular instructors and disciples were strictly restricted. They were not allowed to move around on their own unless there were special circumstances. Apart from a few members of the upper echelon of the academy and the staff who controlled the ship, there were only 2 people who could move about freely on the deck, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Not only were they direct disciples of the divine nun of the East Sea, but their talent was also extremely shocking. More importantly, their talent was extremely heaven-defying. The entire Morning Star Academy saw them as the future hope. Their master, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, doted on them. Ling Yuanqing, the dean, also doted on them. Compared to other people, they naturally had more privileges. On this treasured ship, the 2 of them could go anywhere they wanted at any time. However, if other disciples or even instructors of the academy dared to wander around when the treasured ship was moving, they wouldn't dare to do so. He would definitely be arrested by the disciplinary squad at any time. At best, he would be confined for 3 years. At worst, he would be expelled from the academy. There was no room for negotiation. So there's so much going on between you and Lil Sis Tao. Xinyan exclaimed as she looked at the beautiful sunset. Her heart was filled with longing. The time she spent with Lin Yi was too short. They were forced to separate not long after they met, so she didn't have time to listen to Lin Yi's experiences on Heaven Stage Island. Over the past few days, whenever she had time, she would ask Huang Xiaotao to tell her about Lin Yi's matters. She had finally finished her story today. Yes, Sister Xian Yen. Why don't you tell me about Lin Yi's life in the secular world? Huang Xiaotao asked expectantly. Xinyan wanted to know what Lin Yi had experienced on Sky Tier Island, but she wanted to know as well. She wanted to know what Lin Yi had experienced in the secular world. Lin Yi was a mysterious person. The more she knew about him, the more she couldn't see through him. The more she was curious about him, the more she felt that there was an endless story about him. It was fascinating. Okay, the first time I met Lin Yi was on a train. Oh, a train is a form of transportation in the secular world. I didn't know him at that time, but he left a deep impression on me. Wang Xinyan said, the corner of her mouth unconsciously curving into a beautiful smile. Now that she recalled the situation, a warm feeling welled up in her heart. It was full of memories. Why? Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but ask curiously. Because on the train, there were 3 people who saw that Lin Yi was dressed like a country bumpkin, and he looked harmless. They thought that he was easy to trick, so they teamed up and set up a scam. They pretended that Lin Yi only had to give them 60,000, and they would give him the prize ring that was worth 80,000. Actually, the prize ring was fake, Wang Xinyan said with a smile. Ah, there are scammers like this in the secular world. If it was someone who likes to take advantage of others, they would really fall for it. But Lin Yi isn't that kind of person. He definitely wouldn't pay attention to them, Huang Xiaotao said with a face full of certainty. Huang Xiaotao said with a face of certainty. Even priceless treasures like the infant ginseng and star ink milk wouldn't make Lin Yi lose his mind, let alone this insignificant amount of money from the common world. You guessed wrongly. Lin Yi really did agree to it. I even reminded him secretly, but he acted as if he didn't notice and really gave the money to them. Wang Xinyan smiled slightly. No way? Huang Xiaotao was dumbfounded. It's true. It's just that after Lin Yi gave them the money, he took it back from them without anyone noticing. He even took an extra 30,000. Those 3 people were kept in the dark by Lin Yi the whole time. Maybe they still don't understand why they didn't have a single cent left after they got what they wanted, Wang Xinyan said with a smile. She couldn't help but smile every time she thought about it. She'd been worried for Lin Yi at the time, but she didn't know that he was so skilled and daring. He'd been fooling those 3 scammers from the beginning to the end. They deserved to be fooled by Lin Yi. I knew Lin Yi wouldn't fall for it. Xinyan sis, your first meeting with Lin Yi was so fun. Huang Xiaotao laughed so hard that she couldn't stand straight. She was a shy person, but perhaps it was because she shared the same interests as Wang Xinyan, but she was a lot more lively and cheerful when they were alone. Yeah. Now that I think about it, it's really unbelievable. Sometimes, when fate comes, it can change a person's fate. Wang Xinyan sighed. I was just a normal girl. I never dreamed that I could cultivate, let alone come to Heaven-Tier Island. It's like a dream, me too. If I hadn't met Linny back then, I don't even know what I'd be like right now. I might have died on Mount Hutsai long ago, or I might still be struggling alone, drowning in the pain of my disfigurement. Huang Xiaotao sighed. Both of them had met Lin Yi, and their fates had changed abruptly. From this point of view, the two of them were quite similar. Yen'er Xiaotao. A woman's voice came from behind them. It was the two girls' master, the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Chapter 43-52. Master, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao stood up in a hurry and greeted her. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded with a smile. She held the two girls in each hand and felt rather happy inside. The two of them had been together all the time, calling each other sister and sister. They were so close that even she found it rather strange as their master. However, she did not think too much about it. After all, it was good for senior and junior sisters to be close. As their master, she could not ask for more. She felt that it must be because Wang Xinyan was too lonely when she trained with her in the academy. After all, she only had one direct disciple, and she didn't interact with outsiders. She didn't even have someone to talk to, and that was why she was so warm to Huang Xiaotao. The two girls were perfect companions. In a while, the ship will dock at Velvet City. Do you want to go for a walk, or do you want to stay in the inn and cultivate? Asked the divine nun of the East Sea. The reason why she asked this was because the two girls had no interest in going out at all during their previous stop, which was the second stop of the Morning Star Academy, the Devilish Sea Realm. They just stayed in the inn every day and talked about Lin. The divine nun of the East Sea felt that the two girls were rather quiet. If they did not want to go out, she might as well arrange for a quieter place for them to stay. Velvet City? Master, I want to go for a walk when the time comes. Huang Xiaotao's eyes immediately lit up. Wang Xinyan also rejoiced and nodded. Unlike the Devilish Sea Realm, they should be able to see the Lin Yi they yearned for again if nothing went wrong. Obviously, he would not stay indoors like he did in Devilish Cold City. Huang Xiaotao's intuition told her that Lin Yi must have returned to Weiwan City by now because he was coming back to hunt down Wu Baoliang, and more importantly, because he was coming back to find clues about Lu Bianren. Wang Xinyan had also heard about these things from her, and she was filled with anticipation at this moment. Oh, then I'll find two people to protect you. I heard it's rather chaotic here. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded in some surprise. There were many powerful people in the academy. In order to protect her two precious disciples, she could easily find 20 people, let alone two. It's fine, Shifu, we won't be walking around anyway, we're just looking around Velvet City. There are people from the academy everywhere, we won't run into any trouble. Xinyan and Xiaotao said in unison. The two of them wanted to go out for a walk purely to see Lin Yi secretly, and if there was someone following them closely, the two of them would be in trouble. Then how could they secretly date? Alright, but you have to be careful. If any blind people try to target you, you don't have to worry about anything. The divine nun of the East Sea hesitated before agreeing in the end. After all, just like what the two girls had said, Wei Arc City would be under martial law, and there would be experts from the Morning Star Academy everywhere. Even if an average person had 100 guts, they would not dare to cause trouble at this time. Besides, his two disciples were not weak, especially Wang Xinyan, who was at the early nascent soul stage. If they really fought, she would be able to defeat opponents who were at a higher level than her. Ordinary people would not be a match for her. Your disciple understands. Thank you, Master. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao immediately beamed with joy. They wrapped their arms around the divine nun of the East Sea as they eagerly awaited Lin Yi's figure in Velvet Arc City. 2 hours later, the huge ship finally docked in Velvet Arc City slowly. The many experts of the Morning Star Academy swarmed out and cordoned off the dock. The people who had gathered there a long time ago did not complain. Instead, they erupted into thunderous cheers. They had waited for a very long time. What's going on outside? Lin Yi had just finished cultivating for the day. As soon as he opened the door to his room for a breather, he heard the thunderous cheers outside. He could not help but be stunned. Walking into the courtyard, he could see the bustling scene of people crowding outside through the door. It was exactly the same as what had happened in Jinduan City. "Brother Ling, you've come out to join in the fun too?" Qi Wenhan walked over when he saw Lin Yi. Join in the fun? Join in the fun for what? Lin Yi was confused. Recently, he had been living a very simple life. He basically cultivated and consolidated his strength. At most, he would come out to see if the agency had heard anything about Wu Bao Liang and Lu Bianren. He had not taken a single step out of the agency. He was basically cut off from the outside world, so he obviously had no idea what had happened. "Brother Ling, you still don't know? The Morning Star Academy of the East Continent is here. They've come out to open the disciple selection. They have already stopped at the Zhenduan Sea and the Cold Devil Sea. Our Wei Arc Sea is the third stop," Qi Wenhan explained. "The Morning Star Academy is here?" Lin Yi only understood when he heard this. No wonder the scene outside was like this. After he understood, he could not hide the excitement on his face. Didn't that mean that he would be able to see Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao again soon? When they parted ways in Jinduan City, Lin Yi thought that he would have to wait at least a few years to see the two girls again. He did not expect to see them again after just a month. This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Yi had always been calm and collected. Qi Wenhan had never seen him so excited before. Seeing this, he asked curiously, "Brother Ling, why are you so excited? Are you preparing to participate in the selection?" The East Continent was publicly recognized as the strongest of the 5 islands in heaven rank. Anyone with a bit of ambition would try their best to squeeze their way there, and the academy selection was the best opportunity. Every time it happened, it would cause a sensation. Qi Wenhan did not find it strange that Lin Yi wanted to participate in the selection at all. Even he himself had been there before, but he was not chosen. Now that he had accepted the responsibility of managing the escort agency, he gave up on that thought. He was just here to watch the show. "Of course not. I'm a disciple of the 3 pavilions in the north. After I finish my mission, I still have to return to the north. It's just that this is a rare opportunity, so I'm going to watch the show." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "Just to watch the show?" Qi Wenhan let out a sigh of relief. He was actually a little afraid that Lin Yi would be chosen by the Morning Star Academy. With his great potential to challenge those of a higher level, it was not impossible. At that time, there would be no one to help him participate in the South Continent Escort Agency Festival. Qi Wenhan paused, then reminded him, "You can watch the show, but Brother Ling, you must remember, when the staff of the academy gives you the sign-up, you must not accept it. Otherwise, you will have to participate in the selection test. Once you pass the test, you will have no choice but to go to the Morning Star Academy. They will not give you any chance to back out." Lin Yi couldn't help but be taken aback. Wasn't it common knowledge that you couldn't just pick up a sign-up card? Only an outsider like him didn't know that, and he'd gotten himself into a pit by accident. Chapter 43:53. Thinking back to the situation at that time, Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although there were no flashes of swords, it was the most dangerous and urgent situation he had encountered since coming to the South Continent. However, this outcome was not too bad. Huang Xiaotao had become the disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, and became the disciple that everyone envied. Moreover, she was with Wang Xinyan, so at least she would not be in danger. Just as Lin Yi was thinking about how to stay calm and avoid other people's eyes and ears to meet with the two women, Wei Xiaodong and Cheng Ketian had started planning again in the Hong Merchant Association. "Shopkeeper Wei, now that the Morning Star Academy is here, the time you mentioned has come. You should tell me the specifics of the plan now. Ling Yi, that little brat, has been hiding in the Equal Heaven Escort Agency for many days now," Cheng Ketian said impatiently. Previously, when he and Wei Xiaodong had hit it off, he had added oil to the fire, and blamed Ling Yi for the failure of the robbery incident. If Ling Yi had not interfered, the robbery plan would have been foolproof, and Qi Wenhan would not have discovered it. Perhaps he had to thank Wei Xiaodong for being magnanimous and not pursuing the Equal Heaven Escort Agency's responsibility after receiving the compensation. As such, Wei Xiaodong naturally hated Lin Yi as well. After all, this was the truth. If not for Lin Yi, the pirate leader would not have been captured, and Qi Wenhan would not have known the truth behind the scenes. Letting Wei Xiaodong deal with Ling Yi was what Chen Ketian meant by killing with a borrowed knife. He knew that Ling Yi had the full protection of the Equal Heaven Escort Agency, and he could not do anything by himself. Only by borrowing Wei Xiaodong's power would he have a chance to avenge himself. However, with Wei Xiaodong's deep foresight, how could he be used by an idiot like Chen Ketian? It would be the other way around, especially with his status. Even if he decided to deal with Lin Yi, he would definitely not do it himself. Cheng Jingtian's little abacus. Wei Xiaodong saw it clearly, but he did not expose it. Firstly, he really hated Ling Yi for ruining his plans and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Secondly, he wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to the Poison Eye mercenary group. If he wanted to do any shady business in the future, they would be the best partner for him to work with. Young Master Cheng, don't be impatient. The Morning Star Academy is here, but I have yet to see my distant cousin. He is the key person to deal with Ling Yi. Wei Xiaodong said calmly. Distant cousin? Chen Ketian couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before asking, Shopkeeper Wei's distant cousin, could he be someone from the Morning Star Academy? That's right, he's not just a simple disciple in the Morning Star Academy. With his help, just a few words from him would be enough to make Ling Yi suffer a fate worse than death. Wei Xiaodong sneered. So powerful? Shopkeeper Wei, what exactly does your cousin do in the Morning Star Academy? Chen Ketian was even more curious. Purchasing deacon, Wei Xiaodong said lightly as he personally poured tea for Cheng Jutian. Pooh! Cheng Ketian had just taken a sip when he spurted it out on the spot. He grimaced in pain and said, I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a purchasing deacon. What kind of big shot is he? Young Master Cheng might not know, but don't think that he's just a purchasing deacon. He's in charge of all the purchasing matters of the Morning Star Academy. The amount of power he has isn't something an ordinary person can imagine. Wei Xiaodong said with a profound expression. But even if that's the case, what does a purchasing deacon have to do with dealing with Ling Yi? Cheng Ketian still couldn't understand. Young Master Cheng, don't worry. Although he's a purchasing deacon and has nothing to do with dealing with Ling Yi, he has the authority to speak to the higher-ups of the academy. As long as he says a few words, even if Lin Yi doesn't die, he will. Wei Xiaodong said confidently. If that's the case, will he help? Cheng Ketian was still a little worried. Distant cousins were usually extremely unreliable. They were often extremely unreliable. When there was nothing going on, they could still befriend each other. However, if they had something to ask of them, they might just turn their backs on them. In this day and age, even blood brothers had to be wary of each other, let alone distant relatives who had nothing to do with each other. Of course, with my relationship with him, this matter is not a problem. Wei Xiaodong was extremely confident. With his experience, of course he wouldn't be so stupid as to rely on such a simple relationship between distant relatives. But this distant relative was different. The two of them were closely connected and had a common interest. Before coming to the South Continent's Wei Arc territorial waters to be the branch manager, Wei Xiaodong was the deputy manager of the East Continent's Gaolin territorial waters Hong Family Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, he had been in this position for a whole 5 years. It was also in these 5 years that he gradually drifted apart from Hong Zhong and the rest, and gradually walked towards depravity. The key person who led him to depravity was this distant cousin who worked as a purchasing deacon in the Morning Star Academy. One of them was in charge of purchasing, while the other was in charge of selling. After a chance encounter, they immediately discovered the huge benefits hidden within. The Morning Star Academy was such a transcendent force. Just the monthly purchases alone was an absolutely shocking astronomical figure, and the two of them were standing right on top of this astronomical figure. After the two of them got in touch, all of the Morning Star Academy's purchasing requirements fell on the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce. This did not seem inappropriate to outsiders. After all, the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce was a well-known Ding-ranked chamber of commerce, and its reputation was unquestionable. However, what outsiders did not know was that during the monthly purchases, this purchasing deacon would always quote a high price to the Morning Star Academy, while Wei Xiaodong would quote a low price to the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce. The difference between the two of them was so huge that it would definitely make anyone jealous. Not only that, while Wei Xiaodong was stuffing his own pockets, not only was he not suspected by the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce, but because he had solidified the long-term deal with the Morning Star Academy, he was recognized by the higher-ups in the headquarters. After all, this was a bulk purchase. Even if he quoted a low price, the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce would only suffer a reduction in profits, and would not suffer any losses. As long as they could make a small profit with a quick turnover, this in itself was a rare contribution. Moreover, if they could take this opportunity to build a good relationship with a transcendent force like the Morning Star Academy, it would actually be of great benefit to the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce. This was something that could not be bought with spiritual jades. On one hand, he was able to obtain a large amount of spiritual jades, and on the other hand, he was able to make a so-called heroic contribution to the Hong Family Chamber of Commerce. In these 5 years, Wei Xiaodong's days could only be described as a fish in water. He had even fantasized about directly being promoted from the branch's assistant shopkeeper to the branch's shopkeeper position. However, Wei Xiaodong's wish did not come true in the end. He was promoted to the branch's shopkeeper position, but not in the East Continent's Gaolin Sea, but in the South Continent's Wei Arc Sea. To be continued. Chapter 4354. In order to prevent it from breeding, when one reached the level of a deputy manager with real power, one had to strictly implement the promotion policy. This had always been the iron rule of the Hong Consortium. Even the chairman had no right to violate it. No matter how Wei Xiaodong tried to find the higher-ups, it was of no use. This truly caused Wei Xiaodong to be extremely depressed. Even though his position had risen, he was unable to obtain a large amount of spirit jades from now on. After all, that distant cousin of his couldn't possibly come to the verdant Arc Sea to purchase resources, right? If he had known that this would happen, he would have stayed in the Gaolin territorial waters and become a lucrative deputy manager. Similarly, his distant cousin who was the purchasing executive also encountered trouble. Ever since Wei Xiaodong was transferred away, he no longer had an insider in the Hong Consortium. After all, the branch manager couldn't be like Wei Xiaodong, who could quote a high price for him while receiving a low price that was greatly discounted. The Hong Consortium had always been open and aboveboard in doing business with strict supervision. They would never engage in such shady business of falsely reporting prices. Only people like Wei Xiaodong, who were blinded by greed, would take the risk and do things sneakily. However, although the Hong Consortium couldn't continue to earn from the price difference, the purchasing executive could at least change to another consortium and find someone else to work with to continue filling his own pockets. However, it had nothing to do with Wei Xiaodong anymore. From the Gaolin territorial waters of the East Continent to the Wei Arc territorial waters of the South Continent, Wei Xiaodong suddenly felt a huge difference. If he hadn't experienced the days of earning a lot of benefits, it would have been fine. However, the problem was that this kind of thing was addictive. When a person got used to doing things unscrupulously, he would no longer be able to do so openly. Even if the salary of a branch manager was already very impressive to ordinary people, it was simply a drop in the bucket in the eyes of Wei Xiaodong, who was used to filling his own pockets. However, he didn't dare to openly make a move on the internal accounts of the Hong Consortium. Not to mention that the foundation he had established in the Wei Arc territorial waters was far from being able to cover the sky with one hand. Just the strict supervision of the Honging Group made him not dare to make a move easily. At most, he could only take a roundabout way and take some benefits for himself. However, this ultimately couldn't satisfy his greed. In the end, he found another way to make use of the chaotic conditions in the South Continent's territorial waters to start a pirate business. Of course, it was impossible for Wei Xiaodong to become a pirate. For the sake of safety, he did not dare to keep pirates in private. Every time, he would only act as a mastermind behind the scenes, secretly contacting the pirates and taking back the goods himself. At the same time, he would demand huge compensation from the escort agency. Over the years, Wei Xiaotong had defrauded many escort agencies and clients. However, because he was extremely careful and secretive. Moreover, most of the escort agencies would try their best to minimize the problem in order to protect their reputation once they lost their goods. No one would take the initiative to compensate him and settle the matter in private. No one would make a big fuss and take the initiative to leak such a scandal to outsiders. Therefore, Wei Xiaotong had always been able to sit back and relax. Outsiders had no idea what he had done. They wouldn't even suspect him, except this time. Unfortunately, it was all because of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Wei Xiaotong never would have thought that the goods that he had obtained would be snatched back by Lin. Moreover, he never would have thought that Qi Wenhan would be so convinced that he would bring people to look for him, causing a huge uproar in the city. In this way, even if Wei Xiaotong managed to get away with it this time, he would not dare to use the same trick to defraud others. Otherwise, no matter how slow the other party's brain was, they would still be able to come around and become suspicious. Furthermore, the escort agencies and clients that he had defrauded in the past, after seeing what had happened to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, might even come to their senses and look for Wei Xiaotong to settle the score. Not only had he cut off his source of income, but he had also brought such a huge hidden danger to him. The main culprit of all this was that fellow called Ling. If Wei Xiaotong let him off, he would not be called Wei Xiaotong. Wei Xiaotong and Qing Ketian waited until the evening. When the people from the Morning Star Academy had checked into the inn, they could not wait any longer and went to visit his distant cousin, Qin Deli. The Morning Star Academy was high up in the sky. Even if Wei Xiaotong was the shopkeeper of the Hong Merchant Association, he could only wait outside the entrance of the inn after notifying Qin Deli. "Brother Wei, you've come at the right time. I was just about to go out and look for you." Qin Deli was extremely tall and sturdy. He looked like a crude and boorish man. Moreover, his actions were forthright and generous. It was hard to imagine that this person was actually the same as Wei Xiaotong, a businessman through and through, and a black-hearted one at that. "Cousin is looking for me?" Wei Xiaotong was slightly stunned. "Yes, I have something to do. Let's go to your place, it'll be more convenient to talk." Qin Deli nodded. "All right, cousin, please." Wei Xiaotong immediately got someone to prepare a carriage and returned to the Hong Merchant Association. On the way, he introduced to Qin Deli, "Cousin, this is the young master of the Poison Eye Mercenary Group, young master Cheng Ketian." "Greetings, Senior Qin." Cheng Ketian did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Qin Deli nodded slightly, but did not say anything. As the purchasing deacon of the Morning Star Academy, he had his eyes on the top of his head. Not to mention a mere Cheng Ketian, even the entire Poison Eye Mercenary Group was just a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Cheng Ketian had never received such cold treatment before, and was immediately filled with anger. However, he was not stupid enough to challenge such a person. After all, he was still counting on the other party to deal with Ling Yi, so he could only swallow his anger. The three of them arrived at the Hong Merchant Association and stepped into the inner hall. Not only did Qin Deli dismiss the servants, even Qing Ketian, who wanted to follow them, was dismissed. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Brother Wei, business is here. This time, we will stop at Weiwan City, and all our supplies will be replenished here. So, you know the old rules." "Alright." Wei Xiaotong was instantly overjoyed. Ever since he was transferred out, he had not had this kind of good business for a long time. Although it was only this time, he could still earn a lot from it. "Remember, do it cleanly. The partner I found in the East Continent is not reliable, and it seems like the higher-ups have already noticed something. Don't let them get hold of you," Qin Deli sternly warned. "Cousin, don't tell me you're still worried about me handling things?" Wei Xiaotong confidently patted his chest. "Of course I'm worried about you handling things. Otherwise, why would I look for you?" Qin Deli smiled. Previously, when Wei Xiaotong was in the Gaolin Sea, it was also the time when he had earned the most. Their cooperation was rather pleasant, but it was a pity that things did not go as he wished. Chapter 43:55. Thank you, cousin, for your care. Wei Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat and immediately said, Cousin, there's something I need your help with. Tell me about it. But like I said, someone wants to investigate me. There are some things I can't help with. Qin Deli glanced at him. At that time, because of Wei Xiaodong, he had gained a lot of benefits. If it wasn't a difficult matter, he wouldn't mind helping him out. Of course, if it was a difficult matter, then it would be a different story. Cousin, don't worry, I'm just passing on a message. I won't make things difficult for you. Wei Xiaodong hurriedly said. Passing on a message? What message? Qin Deli asked curiously. Cousin, the Morning Star Academy is holding a selection. If you find a rare genius, can you recommend him to the higher-ups of the academy? Wei Xiaodong said with deep meaning. Of course. As long as it's a genius, not just me, any disciple of the academy has the right to recommend him. Qin Deli nodded his head and looked suspiciously at Wei Xiaodong. Brother Wei, don't tell me you've received a bribe and want me to recommend that Qing Ketian? One look and you can tell that he's trash. Even if I recommend him, it'll be useless. The higher-ups can tell that there's something fishy going on. No. It's not him. I want you to recommend someone else. He's an escort from the local Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. His name is Ling. Wei Xiaodong shook his head. How powerful can a mere escort be? You still need me to help you recommend him? Qin Deli asked curiously. He's an early golden core stage expert and he can kill an original infant stage expert. Cousin, don't you think he's powerful? Wei Xiaodong said with a profound expression. How is that possible? Brother Wei, you must be joking. How can there be such an expert in the world? Even Qin Deli was shocked. Then his eyes lit up as he said, Don't lie to me. If you're talking about this Ling Yi, he's really a genius. If I recommend him, it'll be a great achievement. Cousin, what I'm saying isn't false. One of young Master Chang's servants outside was a peak early-stage nascent soul cultivator. In the end, he was crippled by this person. This is something that many people have seen with their own eyes. Just go to the dock and ask, and you will know, Wei Xiaodong said as he sipped his tea. When he first heard about this, he was really shocked. A mere expert in the early gold core stage was able to cripple someone at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Anyone with a little common sense would find this kind of thing unbelievable. But it was also because of this. Only then would Wei Xiaodong comply with Cheng Qitian's wishes. Compared to Qi Wenhan and the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Wei Xiaodong would prioritize getting rid of this Ling. After all, this kind of genius expert's growth potential was limitless. If he couldn't get rid of him before he became even stronger, then it would be too late to deal with him at that time. Is that true? As long as his spirit root wasn't too bad, it would be a sure thing for him to enter the academy. Brother Wei, quickly call this person over and let me see him. Qin Deli immediately said somewhat impatiently. This kind of genius only needed to be introduced to the higher-ups of the academy. With just the effort of opening his mouth, he could easily obtain a great merit. For him, who was already in a bad situation, this was a timely reign. Even if it was because of his merit, ordinary people wouldn't dare to have any ideas about him at this time. Cousin wants to see him? This is a bit difficult. Wei Xiaodong shook his head. What? You want me to introduce him, but you won't let me see him? Could it be that you want to be a rare commodity for yourself? Qin Deli's face immediately darkened. Hey, cousin, what are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person? Wei Xiaodong waved his hand repeatedly. With a bitter smile, he said, It's not that I don't want you to see him. But this Ling Yi is my enemy. Enemy? Qin Deli was instantly stunned. With a strange expression, he looked at Wei Xiaodong up and down, and said inexplicably, I say, Brother Wei, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You want me to help you introduce an enemy? If this guy is really as heaven-defying as you say, aren't you afraid that after he enters the academy, his wings will harden, and he will turn around and attack you? I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. Even if this kind of person doesn't enter the Morning Star Academy, if I don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I won't be able to sleep well. Wei Xiaodong laughed coldly. That's why I came up with this plan. I want cousin to help me, to invite him into the trap. How do you invite him into the trap? Brother Wei, what are you thinking? Tell me in detail. Qin Deli was instantly interested. Alright, cousin, think about it. No matter who it is, if there's a chance to enter the Morning Star Academy, I'm sure they wouldn't reject it, right? Wei Xiaodong changed the topic and asked. That's natural. How many geniuses have broken their heads trying to get in, but were rejected at the door? Who would reject this kind of opportunity? Qin Deli nodded and said, That's right. That Ling Yi definitely wouldn't reject it. However, outsiders think of the Morning Star Academy as a holy land for cultivation. Not many people know that it's actually filled with danger, right? Wei Xiaodong had stayed in the East Continent's Gaolin Sea for a whole 5 years, and he often went to the Morning Star Academy. He was very clear about the situation inside. That's right. Many of the newly accepted genius disciples have never thought that it's so dangerous inside. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people dying in their first year. Qin Deli nodded and said, So, as long as we send Ling Yi into the Morning Star Academy, it's actually equivalent to sending him into the tiger's mouth. At that time, cousin, you can spend some effort to secretly sow discord, and let those tigers set their eyes on Ling Yi, this tender sheep. What will the result be? Wei Xiaodong smiled proudly. Of course he'll be ganged up on, and die without a burial. Hearing this, Qin Deli finally understood. He patted Wei Xiaodong's shoulder and laughed. Ha, Brother Wei, you really are a profiteer. You can even think of such a murderous plan. Furthermore, with the reputation of the Morning Star Academy there, even if they knew it was a trap, normal people would not be able to resist the temptation and jump in. That Ling Yi must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck to provoke you. There's no other way. This hidden danger is too big. If I don't get rid of him, I won't be able to sleep. Wei Xiaodong smiled proudly, and then said seriously, I'll leave this matter to you, cousin. No problem. Not only will I be able to help you, but I'll also be able to get credit for it. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Deli laughed heartily. After the two of them finished discussing, Qin Deli was a little impatient. He immediately returned to the inn where the Morning Star Academy was stationed, and solemnly requested to see the dean, Ling Yuanqing. Chapter 4356. After hearing Qin Deli's report, even Ling Yuanqing was a little shocked. Of course, he invited the other 2 mountain opening stage giants over to discuss this matter together. A while later, the vice-headmaster Wei Hebei arrived first, followed closely by the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. However, there were 2 people behind her, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Whether it was Ling Yuanqing or Wei Hebei, neither of them found this strange at all when they saw the 2 girls enter as well. No matter where the divine nun of the East Sea went, she would always bring her 2 direct disciples with her. This was actually very normal. After all, she was not like Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei. She only had these 2 disciples. Moreover, their aptitudes and potential were all treasures of the academy, so it was normal for her to dote on them. As long as it wasn't a course secret, it wouldn't affect her to bring the 2 girls along, and it would also allow them to broaden their horizons. However, it was impossible for Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei to be like this. As men, they wouldn't be so meticulous in their considerations. The key was that they had too many disciples. Even personal disciples numbered more than 2 or 3. If they had to guide them at any time, they wouldn't be able to do anything else. After gesturing for everyone to take their seats, Ling Yuanqing said to Qin Deli, Tell everyone what happened just now. Qin Deli glanced at Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao out of the corner of his eye, gulping. Headmasters, I've just learned that there's a local in Velvet Arc City called Ling Yi. He's very strong, able to kill a peak early-stage nascent soul practitioner with his early-stage golden core strength. What? Wei Hebei and the divine nun of the East Sea were both surprised. They asked in unison, Is that true? The Morning Star Academy was a place where geniuses gathered. Many of the disciples that walked out of the academy had the strength to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. This was not strange, but if this was to challenge someone of a higher cultivation level, then it was extremely rare. Even so, Everyone knew that the so-called cross-realm battle was generally a peak late Jedon stage or a peak Jedon stage master who fought against an early Yuanying stage master. After all, every realm was a qualitative change. Even if it was between the golden core perfection and the nascent soul realm, the difference was like a chasm. It was not something that a genius could challenge. Even in the Morning Star Academy, where geniuses gathered, there were only a few disciples who could reach this level. They were also as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. As for a mere master in the early stage of the gold core realm being able to challenge a master in the nascent soul realm, and it was a master in the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm. This kind of thing was simply a fantasy. Even Ling Yuanqing, the three giants in the mountain opening stage, had never heard of it. The mountain opening stage giants were shocked, but Huang Xiaotao and Wang Xinyan were even more shocked. This was because the Ling Yi that this person was talking about was the Lin Yi that the two of them had been thinking about day and night. The two women couldn't help but have strange expressions. They were still thinking about how to secretly meet up with Lin Yi. In the end, someone actually came to recommend Lin Yi first. He was really caught unprepared. It's absolutely true. At that time, this Ling Yi was at the dock and he crippled a peak early nascent soul stage expert. This incident was seen by many people. Our Morning Star Academy has always been thirsty for talent, so this disciple thinks that a genius like this shouldn't be buried and should be recruited into the academy as soon as possible, Qin Deli said politely. The three mountain opening stage giants looked at each other, and finally, Dean Ling Yuanqing opened his mouth and said, "We really can't miss such a genius. With his powerful strength and methods, even if his spirit roots attribute is ordinary, as long as we create a false attribute for him, he will be a rare good seedling. What do you two think?" That's right. The attribute of the spiritual root isn't everything. Some people have a bad spiritual root, but their potential is actually astonishing. Their future is limitless as well. This Ling Yi must be one of them. Wei Hebei's eyes shone brightly. He immediately became rather tempted. Out of the three mountain opening stage giants, he was the most passionate about accepting disciples. Basically, as long as it was a rather impressive genius, he would want to recruit them. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded in agreement, but she said nothing. No matter how much of a genius he was, she only accepted female disciples. This was the rule of the East Sea lineage. She would never go against it, so she was not as excited as Wei Hebei. Since the two of you agree, do you think we should make an exception and accept him? Although it's possible for this person to participate in the selection, there's still the possibility of him being left out, suggested Ling Yuanqing. Making an exception to recruit a genius was something that didn't conform to the selection rules. Originally, it was strictly forbidden. However, rules were dead and people were alive. In front of a truly heaven-defying genius, all so-called rules could give way. However, this required the unanimous agreement of the three giants. I think that's how it should be. Special geniuses obviously need special treatment. Right now, the competition for genius disciples in the various academies has already heated up. Our Morning Star Academy can't fall behind. For a heaven-defying genius like him, it's not going to be too much even if we put down our pride and personally invite him. An expert in the early stage of the gold core realm was not worth mentioning, but this was an expert in the early stage of the gold core realm who could kill an expert at the peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm. That was completely different. If he could take such a genius under his command, that scene would be wonderful. I have no objections, said the divine nun of the East Sea with a nod. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded as well. Although it was impossible for her to accept this disciple herself, she would be happy to see the academy gain another supreme genius. All right then. Since the two of you agree, then it's settled. Ling Yuanqing immediately made up his mind. Afterwards he asked, who's willing to lead the group? Even if such a heaven-defying genius was accepted into the academy, regular instructors definitely would not have the right to teach him. He would only be able to become a disciple of the three mountain opening giants. Whoever led the group this time would basically decide who Ling Yuanqing would become a disciple of. The divine nun of the East Sea looked at the two of them calmly. She did not say anything. As the headmaster, even if Ling Yuanqing was slightly tempted, he could not be so impatient as to set off personally. They still had to be courteous to each other. "Why don't I go?" Wei Hebei said rather eagerly. He was a straightforward person. Once he took a liking to someone, he would not care about the details. Ling Yuanqing sank into his thoughts for a while. He was rather hesitant. To be honest, he was rather tempted as well. This was already the third stop in the Sea of Verdant Arcs. The divine nun of the East Sea had accepted the astonishingly talented Huang Xiaotao from the previous 2 stops. Although Wei Hebei had not accepted such a genius with limitless potential, he had still accepted 2 honorary disciples. He was the only one who had gained nothing. Chapter 43-57. Now that they had finally found a genius, if they continued to be courteous like before and missed this opportunity, they would inevitably regret it. However, they had not even seen the person and had only heard Qin Deli's side of the story. If they were to fight with Wei Hebei over this disciple, it would be a little unreasonable. "Deans, according to what I know, Ling Yi is still at the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency and has no plans to participate in the Academy's selection. If only one of the deans were to lead the team, it would seem that our Academy is lacking in sincerity. However, if all 3 deans were to go together, then Ling Yi would not be able to refuse." Qin Deli suddenly interrupted. The reason for this suggestion was to ensure that Ling Yi would be able to enter the Morning Star Academy. On the other hand, if Ling Yi did not know how to appreciate kindness and refused, then it would be even better. At that time, the 3 heavyweights would definitely lose face, and if they were to lose face, then Ling Yi would definitely be the one to suffer. After all, the 3 of them represented the entire Morning Star Academy. If they did not give them face, then they would not give the Morning Star Academy any face. If this matter were to spread, the reputation of the Academy would definitely be affected. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they could not just let Ling Yi go like this. They might even flip out on the spot. "Your words are not without reason." Ling Yuanqing nodded his head. He did not know what Qin Deli's intentions were, but these words were a good way for him to get out of this predicament. Not only did he not have to throw away his face to fight with Wei Hebei, but he could also personally see this so-called super genius killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "I think it's fine." Wei Hebei did not think too much and immediately nodded his head in agreement. As for the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, he had no objections. It was just a trip. After the 3 heavyweights made their decision, they did not care that the sky was already dark. They immediately let Qin Deli lead the way, and the group set off for the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Qin Deli naturally accepted the order. Along the way, he also secretly sent someone to inform Wei Xiaodong and Qing Jutian. He told them to go to the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency to watch the show. Young master, someone is coming." Seeing the group, the guard of the escort agency hurriedly informed Qi Wenhan. "Who is it? Why are you so flustered? What a disgrace." Qi Wenhan was discussing business with a client. He couldn't help but frown and reprimand her. It's the headmaster of the Morning Star Academy, one of the 3 heavyweights," the guard stammered. "What?" This time, even Qi Wenhan's face was full of shock. He stood rooted to the ground, unable to move. After a long while, he finally reacted. He didn't even care about the customers beside him and hurriedly ran towards the door. Morning Star Academy's mountain opening period's 3 great heads, any one of them placed in the Verdant Arc territorial waters, would definitely be a super god. Even the leaders of the top forces here didn't have the qualifications to request an audience with them, let alone have them pay a personal visit. What day was it today? The 3 leaders of the mountain opening period had come together to visit a small Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. Could it be that something had happened? Arriving at the entrance of the escort agency, Qi Wenhan saw the people who had come. Although Ling Yuanqing and the other 2 had restrained their auras to be no different from ordinary people, it was difficult to hide the extraordinary temperament of a grandmaster. Even if Qi Wenhan had never seen these 3 giants before, he could still recognize them at a glance. Among the crowd, Qi Wenhan also noticed the figures of Wei Xiaodong and Qing Shutian, his 2 sworn enemies. His eyelids immediately twitched. His intuition told him that today's incident might be related to these two people. I am the young master of the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, Chi Wenhan. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Suppressing his various doubts, Chi Wenhan greeted the three giants politely. Forgive us for our intrusion. We've troubled the young master. Ling Yuanqing nodded indifferently. Not at all, not at all. The three of you are esteemed guests of our entire Verdant Arc territorial waters. To be able to visit our Heaven's Equal Escort Agency is a blessing that we won't be able to obtain even in several lifetimes. Please come in. Chi Wenhan smiled apologetically in a flattering manner as he made people make arrangements in a hurry, inviting everyone into the reception room of the escort agency. Wei Xiaotong and Cheng Shutian mixed in with the crowd as they tailed the three giants. The corner of Chi Wenhan's eye twitched, but he could not chase them away in front of the three giants, so he could only turn a blind eye to it. Once everyone had entered the reception room and invited the three giants to sit down, Chi Wenhan's eyelids suddenly twitched again. Only now did he notice Huang Xiaotao beside the divine nun of the East Sea. He could not help but feel surprised and doubtful. However, because Huang Xiaotao had always been veiled, he was unable to confirm that they were the same person. He could only suppress his doubts. Actually, Cheng Shutian had seen Huang Xiaotao before out of everyone present. He had the same doubts as Chi Wenhan, but he did not think too much about it. These days, many female cultivators would wear veils to avoid trouble when they went out. It was very likely that it was just a coincidence. Young master, you don't come without a reason. We've come this time to see an escort from your esteemed agency. His name is Ling Yi. Ling Yuanqing cut to the chase. Ling Yi. Chi Wenhan was taken aback again. He glanced at Huang Xiaotao subconsciously before asking carefully, May I ask why you're looking for Ling Yi Sr.? I heard that Ling Yi's strength is startling, and he can challenge those at higher cultivation levels, so we've come to see him. If he's willing, we plan on taking him on as a disciple, Ling Yuanqing said straightforwardly. He's actually here to take on a disciple? Chi Wenhan immediately became even more puzzled. Ling Yi's strength was indeed ridiculously powerful. He could even cripple a peak early nascent soul cultivator like Old Kong, but there were not many people who knew about him so far. It was impossible for his name to have spread far and wide enough to alarm the three great pillars of the mountain establishment realm, right? Seeing Wei Xiaodong and Cheng Shutian's complacent and playful expressions, Chi Wenhan was even more certain now. It was definitely the two of them who were behind this. However, even though he knew this, Chi Wenhan did not dare to decline. After all, Ling Yuanqing had personally spoken. Let alone him, no one in the Verdant Arc territory would dare to say no. Just, please wait a moment, seniors. I'll send someone to invite Ling Yi over right now. Chi Wenhan nodded and shot a glance at Caretaker Song beside him. A while later, under the guidance of Caretaker Song, Lin Yi strode into the guest room. Ling Yuanqing, Wei Hebei, and the divine nun of the East Sea all looked at him at the same time. They all looked at one another rather strangely. Although they could not recall the exact details, the perception of the great pillars of the mountain establishment realm was not just for show. Even if they had only caught a glimpse of him at the crowded selection, they would still have an impression of him. Now that they saw Lin Yi again, they could not help but find him rather familiar. Chapter 43-58. As for Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, when they saw Lin Yi again, their eyes became extremely passionate. If there weren't so many people watching, the two of them would have already flown into Lin Yi's arms. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it now. They couldn't even speak and could only stand at the side and watch. As for Wei Xiaodong and Cheng Qitian, they were laughing coldly and complacently without end at this moment. As far as they were concerned, since the matter had developed to this point, Lin Yi had no room to refuse at all, and he could only obediently jump into the trap they'd dug for him. Otherwise, if he dared make the three heads lose face in public, then he would immediately die a miserable death. Lin Yi glanced at the crowd in surprise. Before he could speak, Qin Deli had already taken a step forward and announced in front of everyone, Ling Yi, because you can challenge nascent soul stage experts and have amazing potential, you have received the appreciation of the three deans of our Morning Star Academy. We have decided to make an exception and accept you as a disciple. From today onwards, you will join our Morning Star Academy. This is a rare opportunity given by the heavens. You must grasp it well. Lin Yi was even more stunned after hearing this. After glancing at the three magnates, he looked at Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. Seeing that the two of them shook their heads without batting an eyelid, he immediately knew that this wasn't their idea. But if it wasn't Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, but someone else, why would they inexplicably recommend him to the three magnates of the mountain opening period? What was their intention? How sharp was Lin Yi? He immediately caught the slight exchange of glances between Qin Deli, Wei Xiaodong, and Chen Qitian. As expected, those who were unaccountably solicitous were hiding evil intentions. Since this person was in cahoots with Wei Xiaodong, it definitely wasn't a good thing. Who knew there might be some conspiracy waiting for him behind the scenes? This kind of thing, Lin Yi naturally couldn't agree. If he really had this intention, he wouldn't have been put in a difficult position in Jinduan City. Why would he wait until now? 3 seniors. My aptitude is poor. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the 3 seniors. Lin Yi immediately cupped his hands and rejected. Poor aptitude? This young hero Ling is too humble, isn't he? The matter of you crippling a peak early nascent soul realm expert at the docks is something that everyone can see. Now that the 3 of us academy heads have personally come to invite you, you're still purposely avoiding us like this. Isn't this a little unreasonable? Don't tell me you don't put our Morning Star Academy in your eyes? Qin Deli immediately seized the opportunity to provoke. Ling Yuanqing and the other 2 also frowned slightly. No matter what, this Ling Yi's rejection was too hasty and straightforward. He didn't even consider the most basic of things. It was indeed a little embarrassing. The expressions of the 3 heavyweights turned cold, and the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense and oppressive. Even Qi Wenhan was sweating on behalf of Lin Yi. This was different from Wei Xiaodong and Chen Qitian. If he really offended the big shots of the Morning Star Academy, his small heavens equal escort agency would not be able to protect Lin Yi. Everyone's gazes fell on him, but Lin Yi smiled faintly, not minding it. He pointed at Huang Xiaotao, who stood beside the divine nun of the East Sea, and replied calmly, "Don't tell me you've all forgotten. Back in Jinduan City, Junior Huang and I participated in the selection together. However, my aptitude was just too poor, so I was eliminated in the first round. Ling Yuanqing and the others already had a slight impression of him. Now that Lin Yi mentioned it, they immediately came to a realization. So it was him. If it were only Lin Yi, the 3 heavyweights of the mountain establishment period might not have paid attention to him, but back then, when they were stunned by Huang Xiaotao's exceptional aptitude, Huang Xiaotao had specially discussed it with her senior brother, so they obviously paid attention to him. Ling Yuanqing couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. From what he remembered, Ling Yi's spiritual root only had a single attribute of fire, so he was directly eliminated. Furthermore, he didn't have any outstanding performance during the selection. If he was really that powerful and could fight against an opponent of a higher realm, he would definitely have mentioned it on the spot and participated in the formation attack test. After all, the selection rules of the Morning Star Academy clearly stated that if he really had the strength to take on opponents of higher cultivation levels, he would still have a chance of entering the academy as long as he performed outstandingly in the formation attack test, even if his spiritual root was average. Ling Yuanqing remembered very clearly that Ling Yi had not requested to participate back then. Ling Yuanqing did not feel like Ling Yi was hiding anything at such an important event. Logically speaking, since he had come to participate in the selection, he definitely hoped to enter the academy. Moreover, he was with Huang Xiaotao, so he definitely did not want to be separated from her. If he could enter the academy, why would he have given up in the first place? What's going on? Ling Yuanqing turned his head to look at Qin Deli with a look of reproach in his eyes. The 3 heavyweights of the mountain establishment period had come here full of hope, but this was the result. This was too disappointing. Qin Deli immediately panicked. Originally, it was an impeccable situation, but he never thought that with just a few simple words, it would suddenly turn out like this. The Dean Ling Yuanqing's reproach was not something a small purchasing deacon like him could bear. Qin Deli was speechless, and could only turn his head to look at Wei Xiaodong and Cheng Jutian. His eyes were filled with anger and reproach. He originally thought that it would be a good thing to kill two birds with one stone, but he did not expect it to turn out like this. This time, he was really screwed over by these two fellows. Wei Xiaodong was also dumbfounded. He only wanted to deal with Lin Yi after listening to Cheng Jutian's words. He did not understand it at all, and it was even more impossible for him to know that there was such an inside story. For a moment he was also at a loss. He pushed Cheng Jutian, who was beside him. This was his fault, so of course he had to clean it up. Impossible. When this fellow first came to the Wei Arc City, he clearly injured our Poison Eye mercenary group's Old Kong with the strength of the early Golden Core stage. He is a peak early nascent soul stage expert. Cheng Jutian was also anxious and quickly jumped out to say. When Ling Yuanqing and the others heard this, their gazes then fell onto Lin. They couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Although they did not know Cheng Jutian, at least they could be sure that this person would not dare to lie in front of the three heavyweights of the mountain establishment period. Moreover, this kind of thing could definitely be found with other witnesses. In other words, this Ling Yi really had some reservations? For a moment, everyone's gazes were a little more scrutinizing. If this was really the case, then what Lin Yi's intentions were a little bit interesting. What he said is right. Lin Yi did not deny it, but immediately said, "It's just that at that time, I was working together with Junior Huang. With Junior Huang's heaven-defying talent, it is not strange for us to work together to defeat a peak early nascent soul stage expert." Chapter 43-59. And that makes sense. Ling Yuanqing and the other two mountain opening stage masters nodded their heads. They felt that there was nothing wrong with Lin Yi's answer. Huang Xiaotao was a super genius with dual fire and wind spiritual roots. She was also a Golden Core stage master who had a perfect breakthrough. Her strength was far from that of an ordinary Golden Core stage master. When the two of them joined forces, they were able to defeat a peak early nascent soul stage master. Although it seemed unbelievable to others, it was actually reasonable when they thought about it carefully. Impossible, Cheng Jutian hurriedly said. The first time, you two joined forces. But the second time, not long ago, you crippled Old Kong alone. How do you explain this? It's very simple. He was previously injured by me and Junior Huang. His injuries have not healed yet. Lin Yi smiled calmly and shrugged his shoulders. And when I was in the Zhenduan Sea, I accidentally obtained 2 golden cores. After consuming them, I leveled up. Moreover, it was unexpected. Is it strange that Old Kong was crippled by me? Everyone nodded their heads again. Because they knew Huang Xiaotao's heaven-defying talent, they also knew that Lin Yi's aptitude was mediocre. Therefore, they first thought that it was mainly because of Huang Xiaotao that he could injure a peak early nascent soul stage master like Old Kong. Ling Yi was just there to make up the numbers. Even the second time they fought alone, it was definitely because Huang Xiaotao's injuries were too severe. After all, with Huang Xiaotao's super aptitude, it was not strange for her to defeat an opponent of a higher level. Moreover, Ling Yi himself said that the second time they fought, it was unexpected. It meant that the opponent must have underestimated him. With so many prerequisites, it resulted in the so-called early golden core stage killing a peak early nascent soul stage master. After analyzing all of this, it could only be said that Ling Yi was lucky, but it did not mean that he was really that heaven-defying. What my senior brother said is true. I can testify to this. At this time, Huang Xiaotao took the opportunity to stand out. Although she wanted to be with Lin Yi, since Lin Yi did not want to join the Morning Star Academy, she naturally had to find a way to help him. Naturally, she had to find a way to help Lin Yi escape successfully. As a direct disciple who was highly valued, Huang Xiaotao's words were clearly more trustworthy than a random passerby like Cheng Jutian. Not only did the divine nun of the East Sea trust her disciple completely, but Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei did not doubt her at all. Huang Xiaotao's words were basically the final conclusion to today's events. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Originally, he was about to succeed, but in the end, everything was suddenly destroyed. Cheng Jutian was simply furious. He angrily pointed at Huang Xiaotao and said, "With this little bitch's strength, How could she possibly injure old Kong? Back then, when I wanted to capture her, she hid behind Ling Yi and trembled. She simply... Before Cheng Ketian had even finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly dropped to a freezing point. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths. The divine nun of the East Sea's icy cold voice rang out, "Who are you calling a little bitch? Who do you want to capture?" But only then did Cheng Ketian realize what he had just said. Immediately, cold sweat poured down from his head. He wanted to remedy the situation in a hurry, but it was already too late. The divine nun of the East Sea was a mighty figure of the mountain establishment realm, and she had always been very protective of her own. Why would she give an ant like him the chance to remedy the situation? Cheng Ketian was unable to say anything at all. He had only managed to utter a single word when he felt an icy cold, powerful pressure sweep over, blanketing the surroundings. It was like a lofty mountain that suddenly pressed down on top of his head, causing him to be utterly unable to catch his breath. The surroundings fell deathly silent. All that was left was Cheng Ketian's heavy breathing. The blood on his face surged, and his eyes exploded with viciousness. A while later, he suddenly vomited a great mouthful of blood and collapsed on the ground, dead. Wei Xiaodong immediately pissed his pants in fright when he saw Cheng Ketian's miserable death. Before anyone had noticed him, he retreated to a corner in a hurry, afraid to make a sound. Qin Deli was also frightened out of his wits as he cursed inside. He was tempted to grab Wei Xiaodong and give him 14,000 slaps. What kind of fucking idiot teammate did he find? It's fine if you're looking to die, but now I'm stuck in a tight spot as well. What am I supposed to do? It was not just the two of them who felt guilty. Even Lin Yi felt rather frightened when he saw this. Giants of the mountain establishment realm really were godlike existences. In the past, he had heard from that ghost that some powerful existences did not even need to do anything. They could kill you with a single glance. Lin Yi had thought that was a little exaggerated, but the sight before him had truly verified it. No matter how useless this Cheng Ketian was, he was still a genuine late-stage golden elixir realm expert. He didn't even move a finger, yet he was casually tortured to death. The strength of an opening mountain stage giant was indeed beyond imagination. Out of everyone present, only Ling Yuanqing and Wei Hebei remained unmoved. They did not care at all. An ant-like existence actually dared to call the direct disciple of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea a little bitch. Wasn't that just looking to die? The divine nun of the East Sea had always advocated purity, but her personal style was actually the classic example of using violence to curb violence. She was rather like the furious Buddha, especially when it involved her treasured disciple. Let alone killing a single person, it would already be very merciful if she did not destroy your entire family. Thank you for standing up for me, Master. Huang Xiaotao grabbed the divine nun of the East Sea's arm gratefully under Wang Xinyan's gesture. Xiaotao, remember this. No matter who it is that dares to harm you, feel free to tell me. I don't like killing people, but I don't mind killing people either. The divine nun of the East Sea patted Huang Xiaotao's hand gently before glancing at the corpse on the ground. She said indifferently, "Clean it up. Don't ruin everyone's mood." Qi Wenhan was taken aback before nodding in a hurry. He got people to drag Cheng Ketian's corpse out like a dead dog. At the same time, he secretly rejoiced inside. Cheng Ketian had been his sworn enemy for many years. He had always been looking for trouble with him. However, Qi Wenhan had never dared to actually kill him because he was worried about the Poison Eye mercenaries. He never thought he would receive such a pleasant surprise today. Cheng Ketian had died to the divine nun of the East Sea. Let alone avenging his son, his father, Cheng Haonan, would probably piss his pants in fright. He was afraid that she would destroy the entire Poison Eye mercenaries if she was displeased. The Poison Eye mercenaries had always been strutting around the verdant Arc Sea, but they only did whatever they wanted. Before a mountain establishment giant like the divine nun of the East Sea, resistance was nothing. Their life and death were completely up to her. Speak. What happened exactly? Ling Yuanqing turned to Qin Deli again. Chapter 4360. Although this Lord Dean didn't have the intention to kill, Cheng Ketian's mistake was placed in front of him, and Qin Deli was almost scared to the point of collapsing. He looked at Wei Xiaodong, who was hiding in the corner, and stammered, I heard this from shopkeeper Wei, so I came to report it to the dean. Everyone's gaze landed on Wei Xiaodong. No matter how much Wei Xiaodong hid in the corner, he could only brace himself and stand out. I actually heard it from Qing Ketian, but he's already dead. I didn't think he was this kind of person. Wei Xiaodong explained with an embarrassed expression. In the end, you're blaming it all on a dead person? Ling Yuanqing couldn't help but feel somewhat annoyed. Qin Deli and Wei Xiaodong were immediately frightened when they heard this. If this big shot was as angry as the divine nun of the Eastern Sea, then the two of them would really have to accompany Qing Ketian. However, Ling Yuanqing was the dean of the Morning Star Academy after all, and he wasn't like the divine nun of the Eastern Sea who had her reverse scale touched. He wouldn't casually kill people, so he didn't plan on looking into this matter any further. There was no point. He knew Wei Xiaodong. Back when he was a vice shopkeeper in the Gaolin Sea of the Eastern Continent, he often went to the Morning Star Academy. Now that he was a shopkeeper in the Weiarc Sea, he was still a member of the Hong Merchant Group. Ling Yuanqing wouldn't go so far as to make a move on someone from the Hong Merchant Group over such a small matter. Since that's the case, let's go back. Ling Yuanqing finally spoke. At the side, Wei Hebei let out a regretful sigh. He had come full of hope, but in the end, he had returned empty-handed. The so-called super genius that could instantly kill someone of a higher realm, but in the end, he had made such a blunder. How could he endure this? However, regret was regret. The truth had already come to light. The three of them were great figures of the mountain opening stage, so they couldn't stay in the tiny Heaven's Equal escort agency for too long. Otherwise, they would be seen by outsiders who didn't know what kind of relationship the Morning Star Academy had with the Heaven's Equal escort agency. The group stood up immediately, but Xin Yan spoke up instead. Master, Xiao Tao is Master Ling Yi's junior, and we've worked together in the Equals escort agency before. It'd be a little unreasonable to let her go back with us like this. Why don't I stay with Xiao Tao and treat them to a meal? It'll be a final farewell. All right. Then when you go back tonight, I'll tell you something. Be careful on the road. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded in agreement. She had always doted on her two disciples, so she obviously would not turn down such a reasonable request. Don't worry, senior. Our escort agency will escort them back together, Lin Yi quickly said. That's right. Although our Equal Heaven escort agency is only a small escort agency, we still have some deterrence in a place like Velvet Arc City. We won't let anyone spoil the mood of the two young ladies. Qi Wenhan also guaranteed. I'll have to trouble you then. The divine nun of the East Sea nodded before leaving with Ling Yuanqing and the others. Lin Yi and the others saw them off at the entrance. Only then did he turn around. Brother Ling, I was wondering why escort Huang didn't return. I was worried that something might have happened to her and didn't dare to ask you about it. Who would have thought that he would be chosen by the Morning Star Academy to become the personal disciple of the godly nun of the Eastern Sea? Brother Ling, you're too mean, not even telling me about this kind of thing. Qi Wenhan pretended to grumble as he patted Lin Yi's shoulder. Brother Qi, you never asked me before, so I couldn't bring it up. Otherwise, people would think I was showing off or even bragging. Lin smiled. If it were anyone else, they would be eager to let the entire world know if their junior sister managed to climb up the social ladder and become the personal disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea. However, with his low-key personality, why would he do something like that? Not to mention that in terms of strength, potential, and heritage, Lin Yi was definitely a first-rate existence, and this was just him being humble. Other people would treat a major figure of the godly nun of the East Sea with reverence, but he would only look up to her at most. There would be a day when he would stand shoulder to shoulder with her, or even surpass her. As a result, he obviously did not believe that Huang Xiaotao was climbing up the social ladder by becoming her disciple. At most, he felt that the divine nun of the East Sea would not mistreat Huang Xiaotao. That's true. Escort Huang has never said anything before, so those who don't know really find it hard to believe. Qi Wenhan chuckled and said excitedly, "This is a joyous occasion. We have to celebrate it properly." Today was a joyous day for him and the entire Heaven's Equal escort agency. The arrival of the three major figures of the godly sect was enough to make the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency famous across the entire South Continent, or even in the upcoming escort agency gathering. However, what made Qi Wenhan even happier was that Qing Ketian was dead, and he had died to the hands of the divine nun of the East Sea. He had endured this guy for a very long time, but he could not do anything about it. He never thought that he would be able to eliminate a great rival without any warning. Even the legendary pie falling from the sky could not compare to this. Moreover, Huang Xiaotao, who had always been missing, had actually become the personal disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea in the blink of an eye. This meant that as long as the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency maintained a good relationship with Ling Yi, they would also be able to rope in this super genius of the Morning Star Academy. He did not dare to say that he would be able to make the divine nun of the East Sea look at him in a different light, but even so, this was still an extremely enviable network. After all, a super genius that even the three major figures of the Morning Star Academy valued so much meant that he was destined to have a bright future ahead of him. Who knows, he might even be able to lean on a big tree and enjoy its shade. After listing all these good things, Qi Wenhan felt that he was simply blessed with good fortune. In the end, all of this was brought to him by Lin. He immediately felt that he was really smart. Fortunately, he had taken a liking to Lin Yi at the docks back then, which was why he had so many good things coming his way today. Otherwise, not to mention so many good things, just the previous robbery incident alone would have kept him in the dark from the beginning to the end. Who knows, he might even be a fool now, being played around by that old fox Wei Xiaodong. Brother Ling, accompany the two ladies and chat for a while. I'll go arrange a banquet and treat you both to a good meal. Qi Wenhan said excitedly. After excusing himself to the two ladies, he personally led his men to arrange the banquet. Then let's go to my room for a while. Lin Yi smiled as he brought Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao to his room. After all, this was the best guest room in the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, and the decorations were quite elegant. There was a small living room in the room, just enough for the three of them to talk. As soon as they got back to the room, the two girls could no longer hold themselves back. One on the left and the other on the right, they flew into Lin Yi's arms. The three of them hugged each other, and there was no physiological impulse that would make one blush. Instead, there was a faint but lingering sense of warmth, as if they were reuniting with family. Chapter 4361. How have you two been recently? Lin Yi asked with a smile after the three of them hugged each other quietly for a long time. Yes, big sister Xinyan treats me better than a real sister. Master also loves me very much. No matter what happens, he dotes on us as if we were his own daughters. You saw it just now, Huang Xiaotao said with a blissful expression. She originally thought it would be very hard to be separated from Lin Yi, but both Wang Xinyan and the divine nun of the Eastern Sea made her feel like home. Even if she missed Lin Yi all the time, her days were not as difficult as she imagined. On the contrary, she was very happy these days. Since her parents died when she was a child, she was forced to stay with relatives. Everyone around her treated her like a commodity rather than a child. Even after they found out that she had a good aptitude for cultivation, she was just a rare commodity that could be hoarded. They never really cared about her. But now, not only did she have Lin Yi, she also had a gentle sister like Wang Xinyan and a motherly master like the divine nun of the Eastern Sea. Huang Xiaotao was a very contented person. She already felt very happy to have so many people care for her. She would not ask for more. Lin Yi glanced at Wang Xinyan gratefully. He was secretly glad that all his women were so nice. Otherwise, it would be a headache if one of them got jealous easily. Wang Xinyan naturally knew what Lin Yi was thinking. She rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously, but then she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. She had always been kind to others. Moreover, Huang Xiaotao got along so well with her. She would naturally treat Huang Xiaotao well from the bottom of her heart. Perhaps Wang Xinyan herself didn't realize that she was so understanding and magnanimous. Instead, it would make Lin Yi like her more, value her more, and love her more. Let's not talk about the two of us. How are you? You seem to be in trouble again? Wang Xinyan asked with concern. Although she did not know what Wei Xiaodong and the others were planning, This incident seemed to be a conspiracy no matter how she looked at it. If Lin Yi had not handled it properly just now, it might have been a disaster. Fortunately, the result was not bad. Not only did they not succeed, he even brought the other party into the picture. It is indeed a little troublesome, but it is not a big problem. I can handle it, Lin Yi said with a smile. It was rare for him to reunite with the two girls, and he didn't want to say anything that would dampen the mood at such a good time. Moreover, with his own strength, he was indeed able to deal with it. Tell us. Are you going to tell us the good news and not the bad news in front of us? Then we'll do the same thing in the future. I won't tell you, no matter what trouble I'm in. Xinyan pursed her lips. Yes, I learned it from you, Huang Xiaotao added. I say, you two have only known each other for a few days, and you're already on the same side? Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only surrender and said, well, there's nothing else anyway. I'll tell you about it. That's a good boy. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were finally satisfied. They hugged Lin Yi's arms and sat down, indicating for Lin Yi to speak quickly. This time, they suddenly recommended me to the big three of the academy. It is certain that Wei Xiaodong and Qin Ketian are behind it. I believe you can see this, Lin Yi said. It is not strange that Qin Ketian is behind it. We have a grudge with him before, but Wei Xiaodong is the manager of the Hong Chamber of Commerce's branch, and he is Hong Zhong's old friend. There is no enmity between them, so why would he want to deal with you? Huang Xiaotao asked curiously. It can't be said that there is no enmity between them. At least from his point of view, I spoiled his plans, so he bears a grudge. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Spoiled his plans? What plans? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were instantly even more curious. Xiaotao, do you remember when we were on a mission and were robbed by 4 pirates? I told you that there was something fishy about it? Actually, the fishy thing was that these pirates were hired by Wei Xiaodong himself. Lin Yi laughed coldly. He found someone to take back his own goods, and at the same time, he extorted a large sum of spirit jades from the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency. It was a total of 300,000 spirit jades. Compensate according to the price. This person is actually so black-hearted? Huang Xiaotao couldn't help but be speechless. She was different from Wang Xinyan. Because she knew that Wei Xiaodong was Hong Zhong's old friend, she had a preconceived impression that Wei Xiaodong was a good person. That is the truth. If I hadn't caught those 4 pirates by chance, I wouldn't have believed that Wei Xiaodong was actually such a person. You still don't know that the goods that he took back were life-saving goods for the Fong family on Rock Island. This is a life-saving item for the hundreds of people in the Fong clan village on Rock Island. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape this time. Lin Yi sighed. What happened after that? After you caught the pirates and caught them red-handed, he couldn't deny it, could he? Wang Xinyan asked. Although we caught them red-handed, this old fox is cunning and stubborn. Even if we brought witnesses to confront him, he would insist that it was false. After all, he was the manager of a branch of the Hong Chamber of Commerce. We couldn't force him, so we couldn't do anything to him. Lin Yi shook his head. So you're saying that the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency was cheated of 300,000 spirit jades by him, but they could do nothing about it? Wang Xinyan asked in surprise. Everyone in the agency is helpless, but that is the truth. I can only say that people change. This time, even Hong Zhong was wrong about him. Lin Yi spread his hands and said, This Wei Xiaodong is really bad. He disregarded the lives of hundreds of people. Not only did he frame the Heaven's Equal Escort Agency, but he also framed you this time. We can't let him go so easily. Even with Huang Xiaotao's gentle personality, she was filled with righteous indignation after hearing this. She turned to Wang Xinyan and said, Sister Xinyan, why don't we ask Master for help and punish him? She knew that Lin Yi was going to stay in the Weiark territorial waters for a while. If she didn't get rid of this threat, Wei Xiaodong, as soon as possible, she wouldn't be at ease leaving. Moreover, the Morning Star Academy had a high status. If the godly nun of the Eastern Sea personally intervened, no matter how cunning Wei Xiaodong was, he wouldn't dare to argue in front of a mountain opening period giant. Wang Xinyan was a little hesitant. After staying in the Morning Star Academy for more than a year, she knew more than Huang Xiaotao. She shook her head slightly and said, "Sister Xiaotao, although the academy has a high status, we can't ruin our relationship with a top chamber of commerce like the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, we'll be in a passive position in the future. After all, we don't have any relations. Even a mountain opening period giant like our master can't casually punish someone from the Hong Chamber of Commerce. This is a big taboo. Didn't you see that Dean Ling was very angry just now, but he still let Wei Xiaodong go?" Chapter 4362. This. Huang Xiaotao was simple-minded, but the sects did not interfere with each other. This was the most basic rule of the pugilistic world. She said awkwardly, "Then what should we do? Are we just going to let Wei Xiaodong continue to roam freely? That's too infuriating." Wang Xinyan was also in a difficult position. She was the same as Huang Xiaotao. Of course, she wanted to help Lin Yi get rid of Wei Xiaodong before she left. But if she went to ask her master for help, it would put him in a difficult position. What should she do? "Hee, you two are too stubborn. Who said that you have to ask your master to deal with Wei Xiaodong? Someone like Wei Xiaodong, is he worthy of a mountain opening stage powerhouse to deal with him personally?" Lin Yi said with a smile as he looked at the awkward expressions of the two girls. "But with just the three of us, are we going to force our way in? If we don't have a good reputation, it won't be so easy to break into the Hong Merchant Association. Wei Xiaodong is a sly old fox. Who knows, he might bite back at us." Wang Xinyan said worriedly. She knew that even if it was a branch, the Hong Merchant Association would definitely have a guest expert overseeing it. They couldn't just barge in. If they didn't have a good reputation once things got out of hand, they would be attacked by Wei Xiaodong instead. That's not necessarily true. The academy can't deal with Wei Xiaodong, but I can. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were stunned and looked at each other. "Xiaotao, have you forgotten? I seem to have mentioned it to you before. I'm not an outsider in the Hong Merchant Association. I'm one of them. I'm their honorary vice president," Lin Yi said with a smile. "That's right." Huang Xiaotao suddenly remembered. Because this was just a title, it was usually not used. If Lin Yi hadn't mentioned it, she wouldn't have remembered it. Honorary vice president? Wang Xinyan's eyes lit up. That's great. This position doesn't have any real power, but it's a good position. However, his status is there, and his authority to speak is unquestionable. Coupled with the evidence in his hands, it is perfect to deal with a branch manager like Wei Xiaodong. That's right. Wei Xiaodong is a man who has committed heinous crimes. I can't let him continue doing as he pleases. Even from the perspective of an honorary vice president, I have to do my part for the Hong Chamber of Commerce. Lin Yi made up his mind. If I want to deal with Wei Xiaodong, the first thing I'll have to do is take over the ARC branch from him. That's why I need the two of you to help me. How can I help? Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were raring to go. Neither of them liked to fight, but they couldn't wait to deal with Wei Xiaodong for Lin. It's very simple. Come with me to deal with the guest expert there. If there is no accident, Wei Xiaodong himself is a nascent soul stage expert, and when the time comes, he will certainly not let himself be captured. They will definitely incite the other foreign dignitaries to deal with us. In order to prevent things from getting out of hand, we must end the battle as soon as possible, Lin Yi analyzed. But Huang Xiaotao nodded happily without another word. She was already used to doing whatever Lin Yi said. Let alone controlling the Arc Rose branch, even if he burned it down, she would probably do it. She would probably do as he said. Okay, got it. Wang Xinyan thought for a while and nodded as well. She was more sensitive than Huang Xiaotao, so she naturally considered more things, such as the feasibility of doing this and the consequences it would bring to Lin Yi. Of course, Lin Yi's matters were her matters. She would definitely not just stand by and watch. However, she had to think clearly before taking action. So far, Lin Yi's method should be the most direct and effective. Huang Xiaotao had already told her before that their combined attack could easily kill a nascent soul cultivator. As for Wang Xinyan herself, she was an early nascent soul cultivator and a direct disciple of the divine nun of the East Sea that she had raised with great care. Killing a nascent soul cultivator was nothing difficult for her. According to common sense, the guest experts assigned to each branch by the Hong Chamber of Commerce were all at the original infant stage, but the number would not be too many. Even in a large branch like the North Island, there would only be 4. In a small branch like the Sea of Crescent Arc, there would only be 2 at most. Therefore, if there were no accidents, the success rate of quickly ending the battle was very high. Other than that, the Morning Star Academy was like a tiger and a wolf. No matter when or where, it would never be forbidden for the disciples to fight. On the contrary, all the rules and regulations tended to encourage the disciples to compete, and this so-called competition, in other words, was to cause trouble. Under the encouragement of such an atmosphere, the disciples of the Morning Star Academy caused a lot of trouble outside. As long as they did not poke a hole in the heavens, as long as they were able to take responsibility, the Academy would never blame them. Compared to the other disciples who would get restless if they did not do anything every day, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were definitely obedient. Causing trouble occasionally was in line with the temperament of the Academy. Moreover, even if the 2 of them took action, they had the protection of the towering divine nun of the Eastern Sea, so there would not be any problems. From a certain perspective, as long as the 2 of them took action with Lin Yi, it would be equivalent to pulling Lin Yi under the protection of the divine nun of the Eastern Sea as well. Even if something happened, they would not have to worry about it. Lin Yi had always been a man of action. After the 3 of them made up their minds, they only got the guards outside to inform Qi Wenhan. They did not say what they were going to do, and they directly rushed to the Hong Merchant Association. By now, it was already dark and there were not many customers. The Hong Merchant Association was just about to close for the day, but in the end, Lin Yi directly rushed in with the 2 girls. "Sir, our shop has already closed for the day. Please come back early tomorrow." The employee hurriedly stopped them. "Come back early?" Lin Yi could not help but laugh when he heard that. He glanced at the employee and said playfully, "Do you think it's time to line up to cause trouble? It's none of your business. Hurry up and call Wei Xiaodong out. You won't be able to handle this today." Cause trouble? The employee was taken aback. He had been in the Hong Merchant Association for so many years, but he had never seen anyone who dared to cause trouble. Even the most notorious Poison Eye mercenaries did not dare to do so. However, sensing the auras of experts from Lin Yi and the other 2, the employee immediately did not dare to say anything else. This was indeed not something he could handle. He ran into the inner hall in a hurry and called Wei Xiaodong out. Wei Xiaodong was originally drinking tea to calm himself down. What happened at the Equal Heaven Escort Agency had truly scared him silly. In particular, when Ling Yuanqing flew into a rage at the end, he, the manager of a branch of the Hong Merchant Association, had been so frightened that his legs had turned to jelly, and he had almost knelt down on the spot. Today, he had truly taken a trip to the gates of hell.